What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe. If you guys missed out on the action yesterday, well, I can tell you for certain that you missed out on some crazy things, and we'll jump into what I mean by that in just a few moments. But if you were here yesterday, you know exactly what I mean. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by two lovely gentlemen. One of them has copied the white shirts that the other two were wearing. I'm not gonna tell you exactly who, but Imperium and Professor Tarzan gonna be here to help break down all the action. Imperium, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. We're the white shirt guys, what can I say? Or the white shirt gang. I don't know how to put it, but I'm feeling good. I have my coffee and I'm ready to get this show on the road. Like, these games were stacked yesterday. I've no doubt they're going to be more stacked today.
Come on, Imperium, I know you're lying. You don't use coffee to wake up in the morning. You just whip out your phone and play some PUBG Mobile, probably your Xiaomi 11T. Professor Tarzan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I mean, after yesterday, I really feel this breath of fresh air, really. So we're back, we're equally excited, like how we dress very similarly as well today, with some more action, especially on Arcane.
Yeah, and we'll jump into all that action in just a few seconds, but before we get to that, if you guys missed out on yesterday, as I said before, we're going to explain to you how everything is different from a normal tournament. You're going to see it, but you're going to love it. Let's take a quick look at this video, and we'll come back and explain it further.
The best European teams are ready to prove who's worthy of the champions title of PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe. The tournament will be held for 3 days, from November 19th till November 21st. During these 3 days, 16 teams will battle for the first place and a hefty chunk of the prize pool of $42,000. Each team has its own bank. At the start, it contains $2,500. The more they fail, the less they get. If players cannot get more than 6 kills per team, they lose $20 to $50. If a team takes a place between 14th and 16th, it loses $50 to $100. In a match, a team cannot lose more than $150. All lost funds will go to the champion of the tournament. Join the stream and show your support in chat. See you on the battlegrounds.
This is going to be all the way like a snake battle till the end. 10 smokes on the ground currently. Angel's going to spot one, but it's going to be catch immediately fading that one.
Wow, Cash takes down one. Here we go. Tron's Army's taking the push. Two, no way. Two go down. The big push coming through. I think there's only one left now for Unique, and that is up to Frozen. Looks like he will take down Cash, instantly going for the flush. He knows he needs that point, and he gets another one. That's absolutely disgusting. There we go. Looks like Seven's going to be able to go ahead and get a point for his team as well for S2G. But another one is pushing. Has to go ahead and make this damage on him. He's not going to go ahead and do anything a little bit rash now. He still plays this carefully. The rest of his team now starting to run on over to help him out. Focus goes down too. It's just down to Sebi left for Vodafone.
He can actually build from here, has the UMP, and then that's gonna go straight from the window, and that should be right on the money, and they will get out, but the spray is gonna be juiced. Interesting situation. Definitely Nihat has the chance to kind of give his revenge, and now he's trying to take that spray. Will he be connecting?
Oh. He's up on top of the hill, and here comes the rest of Big. He'll at least be able to surprise one. He's gonna go for it. There we go. Eddie goes down. Can he get a second one, though, is the question. He almost does. Very low HP, about 10 HP, but no, Coursera doesn't seem to want to go ahead and over push for that.
Completely dominating the hill. Knows that the guy's gonna be trying to heal behind that rock, and they will go with a straight battle. Jalo knows where Owen's going to be hiding. That's going to be a flashbang. No, it's going to be a HC grenade actually, but doesn't deal the damage. And the Jalo just tries to do the pre-fire on the molly. Will that be connected? No, it's just going to be blocking the other way from the rock, so he cannot actually dodge from that side. We can see a Jalo leaving from the situation. Yes, it's going to bounce, and a Jalo taken down. Oder tries to have that one-man fight. He's the last guy standing. On the islands, you can search for the crates, and you have to defeat the guards to get the lots of hex crystals and withdraw. That's what they're used for. So that is a small story short. But anyway, Evo Station gets a lot of damage still. Gonna try to find the last way, but he can take it down. It's gonna be Alicio who's gonna find Evo Station. He's gonna be taken down as well.
Oh no! I don't think they expected that whatsoever. Big from behind. Papara, Supermassive Blaze.
It was almost like some arcane magic happening there because they just died instantly. Nice jump coming from Big. Meanwhile, of course, yeah, we can see Big actually go for the next team as well.
A crazy action-packed day, and again, if you guys missed out on all of it, make sure you go back and rewatch it if the highlights weren't enough for you. They're just a little bit of a taste of the great meal that can come your way. But we should explain a little bit further about how everything works, right? You saw the prize pool and how that is distributed and how obviously teams lose money, but how do you gain points to potentially win the whole shebang? It's all about kills. Well, it's not all about kills. It's mostly about kills, we should say, as placements do matter. But guys, we should explain here. I don't know which one of you want to take it away of how that works.
So obviously, as we look at the overall standings, you're looking at this copter, sorry, Jason and
157 kill
Tarzan.
points.
Yeah, and you're going, what? 157 kill
Yes.
points? Yeah, so Tarzan, right, it's 6 points per kill in the first 2 circles. In the second and third circle, it's between the second and third circle, it's 4 points per kill. And if you get that squad wipe, it's an extra 5 points plus. Anything after is 3 points per kill. It's pretty crazy.
There's a lot of kill points. You look at these ratios, right? I love looking at it because you've got that. We're so used to doing the number crunching, right? It's like placement point to kill point ratio. All of that's like gone now. We're looking at 1 to 30 for some of these ratios. It's just no jokes right now.
Yeah, well, we can see here a couple of teams that we had Navi in first place at the moment. You can see down towards the bottom of the table, though, next Rüya Gaming. One of the best teams in Turkey having a struggle. Then again, so have Unicorns of Love, one of the best teams in Western Europe.
Yeah, and for Unicorns of Love, okay, not that I want to give them a level of excuse, but they competed in the recent European Championships. Their playstyle is very much kind of passive edge of circle in the first 3 circles, so I wasn't really expecting them to get a lot of kills, so to speak, or a lot of kill points. But next Rüya, they missed the European Championships. They need to step up today, in my eyes at least.
Well, this is going to be the battlegrounds they can step on. We got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel Arcane at the end, the game mode that's out currently within PUBG Mobile. And Tarzan, it was crazy. It was hard to keep track of everything happening. I felt bad for Copter and Span Cargo because there was so much stuff happening that they wanted to talk about, but it was impossible because it's just a bloodbath.
It is absolutely insane. I mean, towards that last game as well, I love seeing it because it allowed them to have a second chance.
Yeah.
And it might really open up some new parts in the head, I feel like. So that would be even something better to look at today.
Well, this is where we currently stand when it comes to money. Remember, any money you have remaining in your balance, you get at the end of the event. However, the #1 team at the very end gets the extra money that everyone else has lost. Very Squid Game-esque. If you guys have seen that over on a certain streaming platform, they don't sponsor us, so I'm not going to say their name. But at the moment, Surreal at 2450, having the most money out of the entire... Actually, not even the most money. It's big at 2460. I should have looked a little bit further. I should have, not played down big too much. Currently with the most money.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Surreal, though, to be fair, because they have been consistent when it comes to performance. So I'm glad you pointed them out, but indeed big with the highest amount. When you look at the lowest, it's currently Virtus.pro, which I find a little bit surprising, as they have been active in a lot of these games. However, sometimes it hasn't gone their way, which is why they're currently lowest when it comes to the monetary standpoint. But at the end of the day, the pool of money that's been building up game after game after game is going to go to that first place. And right now, Tarzan is Navi.
I mean, that is just a huge test for some of these teams. We talk about it. There's only one team's getting that, so the rest of the teams just need to prevent themselves from getting money deducted, right? So, but the key is very, the goal is very clear, right? You need to go out after 13th place, not before that, and then get at least 6 kills.
I do want to point out really quickly before we move on is that you guys see behind us this awesome stadium. There are little images of avatars of people who are in Twitch, or in chat right now. I shouldn't say Twitch chat, in chat, who can actually get your own avatar within our stadium. As long as you guys are chatting enough, they'll actually upload your image there and make sure you can be seen. Remember, if you want to follow at J Kaplan, that would be phenomenal. In the meantime, though, we're going to actually help you guys learn a little bit more about a couple of different teams. And when we come back, we'll be heading into our first match of the day.
They are crowned champions of the PMCO 2021. Let's see whether they can perform even better.
Là, il faut se relever, il faut le jouer malheureusement. T'as loupé?
This Spanish team has really talented players. Is there any chance to take the win away from them?
The shot, the nade is good for a Giants. Pops up for the shot, the flat here for Vodafone Giants. It needs to happen. Under HP around the side finds one, looks for second as well on the outside. Still plenty more to go. Everyone waiting to make that first breach.
Each one of these players has an incredible sense of play. So what have they prepared for this tournament?
Drop down the traps. Hope they snap shot on something. And there's the shots coming out. Athis in and over the wall. One building.
Yeah, and this is going to cost a lot of time. I mean, they're just barely inside of the zone. So if the Dickstone's actually going to completely shift on the Alpha Island, then of course they're going to be in trouble because we actually go inside. At least going to be open that fire with the machine gun. Doom is going to be right there on the next room. Going to be peeking.
Finalists of PMPL Western Europe Season 2 will try to do their best to take the first place.
Under pressure here. Need to stand strong out wide. Akashi goes for the challenge against Mihi. Back behind the container, back behind the skip, but there's an off angle. Needs to be careful from Mihi. Operating beautifully for Big. And now it's 3 players for Game Lord down in their compound, and they're going to have to struggle for the rest.
All right, we're about to get into our first match of the day, but I want to let you guys all know at home that currently PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020, has been nominated in the Esports Awards for the best event of the year. Now, to let you guys know, it's the only mobile event that has been nominated as well, so make sure you guys head over to thegameawards.com and get your votes in. And not to mention, PMGC 2021 is starting in just a few days, 10 days in fact. On November 30th, the best teams around the world will be competing for a chance to take home that lion's share of $6 million. And if you guys haven't realized, a couple of those teams are participating here in this event as well, so you get an early sneak peek into how they are doing. And gentlemen, we're about to head into that first match, as I mentioned before, and we've seen some ridiculous scores coming in. We've seen teams like Navi pull up like 70+ points when it comes to kills. I'm going to exclude the Arcane mod at the very end because that one was completely different. I think it's like 150 points. But I think what I'm trying to say is, really any team can still win at the moment. It's still a 3-day event. There's 4 matches a day. True. Even if you're at the bottom of the table, if you're next Rüya, you technically can still come back and win.
Yeah, for sure. Without a shadow of a doubt, the opportunity is there. We kind of highlighted how close it was in the top of the standings, right, between Major Pride and Surreal Esports in third. It's only 19 points, considering the amount of points that these teams are gathering in kills. To see that top 3 so close shows the caliber of these teams. So for me, it's going to be an exciting day, but I want to see next Rüya. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I want to see them step up today.
Yeah, and to remind you guys at home of what's all happening, there's also things you guys can be winning. We have a little challenge going on between the casters and the analysts here and the people watching. You guys can get your vote in on who you think is going to take home that chicken dinner in that match. And if you guys beat us, a code gets dropped into chat for you to redeem within the game. And this is how you can participate, by typing in chat the hashtag of the team that you think is going to win. If you think it's going to be next Rüya, do hashtag NR. If you think it's going to be big, hashtag BIG. So, if I throw it over to you, Tarzan, who are you supporting to take this first match of the day?
You know what? I'm getting hashtag FF because this team has shown so much towards the end of yesterday. I want to see so much more from them. I like it. I mean, we've got 2 veterans on these team. I was wondering why they joined the side of Zeewolf and Owner P, but they showed us exactly why they did. They were absolute beasts. So I'm hashtag FF for this one, and I won't regret it.
Until they go out last place. Imperia, what about you?
Well, I kind of have to put my money where my mouth is, right? I'm going to have to go hashtag NR next Rüya. So I'm putting it on the line for them. Bring it on. Jason, look, you know, nobody ever asks you, but what about you, man?
Well, actually, you guys try to ask me this a lot of times, and I just deflect it and move away from
Fair,
it. But I'm
fair,
going to do
fair.
the hashtag Navi because Navi Nation is out here ready to play. They were able to get a chicken dinner in match 2 yesterday. They might be able to do it here in match 1 on Erangel. But I am curious to see what the viewers out there think, if any of them had any overlap. Maybe we influenced a little bit the predictions. We had a lot of people going for Exquisite Decode yesterday.
Yes.
I'm curious why. I guess they have a lot of fans out there, which is totally understandable. But they did not look like the Exquisite Decode we saw very early on within PMPL.
No, obviously you got to take into the fact that they have the MVP from the back-to-back PMPLs, and that does say a lot, right? Alicia, we saw him get a 1v3 in Konina Power in yesterday's final game. He's an absolute giant, but the rest of the team needs to follow that, and I think Reznov's been a little bit too quiet. I don't know what you think about that, Tarzan. I know you've been following this team quite a lot, but I think not that Reznov's hasn't been performing, but he needs to step up with Alicia to get those kills.
Yeah, I think there's 2 main points that I want to talk about when we talk about Exquisite Decode. 1 would be momentum, and 2 would be style. Talking about momentum, European Championship's been very harsh on them. I feel like there's still a bouncing back that needs to happen. But number 2, they are a team, when it comes to style, of habit. Right, they love Mansion, they love the sound of Lipovka. When they come in and giving it away because Unique is in here and go over to Milta Power, that really changed quite a lot of things at the end. They could use some more time to get used to, but we do not have a lot of time here, guys.
You forgot about number 3, I will say. This is the last event of the year for some teams like Exquisite Decode, whether other teams are going to be playing in PMGC. So this is your last chance, pretty much pull out all the stops. And right now the community is voting in favor of Navi. 60% of you. You know what? I don't know if that's because they love Navi or they love me, but I'm going to take it as because they love me because that was my prediction. But we'll see how things are going to work out. You got Major Pride in there as well. But really quickly, gentlemen, last few thoughts before we head into the match.
Follow Jason Kaplan at JKaplan1 because the Navi
that's
Nation.
Not my,
no,
that's not my.
Is it not
J Kaplan with a 1 instead of an L? Because the person who owns J Kaplan is a bot. Won't give me it. All right, well, Tarzan, I'm sorry, you get your thoughts when we do come back. It's time to get into our first match of the day. Let's throw it over to our commentators of Copter and Span Cargo.
Hello everybody, this is Span Cargo. With me is Copter, and we're about to be jumping into our first match on Erangel, and it looks like we got a very southeastern plane once again. I'm excited to get into the games today. How are you feeling, Copter?
I'm feeling good and definitely excited about the game. I was just watching the white shirt gang on the studio, and I don't know why, but somehow I just felt that those guys, they have escaped from the hospital.
Potentially, yeah, the all white. They could be, yeah. So it also looks like, okay, so we heard Navi, right? And we can see the community voted 60% Navi. Jason said Navi. Are you choosing Navi, Copter?
Yeah, I mean, Navi is definitely a solid choice. I can't argue with that one. I don't think that I'm going to be making any picks because we know every time I make a pick, it usually doesn't, you know, go that way. I mean, yes, I did predict last weekend that Navi is going to get a win on the Alpha Island on Sanhok, and that exactly happened how I predicted, but that's the only time I have been right. So it's better that I'm not going to choose anybody, otherwise I will just bring bad luck. I'm going to jinx them so badly that they are hoping that I'm not going to be casting anymore.
Understandable. I respect that decision. The curses always, you hate to see it. I don't know. Maxman got to go ahead and call him out for that as well. But of course, as this match is going to start, we have to call out our sponsor as well. Support your creative expression without limits with Xiaomi's 11 T's Cinemagic Power. So there's a lot of hot drops happening here. If they have this phone, they might be able to just come out on top. So we saw some other teams dropping really close by towards the center of the map, but there's also right on over to the east, Lipovka, Pachinki, a lot of action. The first knock is already happening.
Yeah, there we go. It's going to be Ulysses getting knocked down. Jetgirl is going to get that one, and we'll get a Flux as well. Do remember, it's going to be 6-point kills happening right here. CB will go and try to challenge Jetgirl from the building. Got to take that damage. Jetgirl gets the second one already. So he's going to fall down. So Sebi is down. And meanwhile, we can see also Exquisite Decode and Unique. They are still fighting here as well on Lipovka. And they're going to be trying to nade, and we can see the code. So guys, please do remember and go and redeem the code on in-game. You can see it on your screen, on the top side of your screen. Go to the in-game and enter that code, and you're going to be rewarded. So make sure to use that code. Now it's going to be the time and not later.
Yeah, and that code is BUBRZCZ48M. Also, it looks like a little bit of a chase is happening here. Unfortunately, forgot his Sirens trying to run away as fast as possible. Pride actually wanted to chase for a tiny bit. Yen, though, can't quite catch up. Gonna go on ahead and back off of that. Lipovko, though, we saw some nades being tossed, but now the fight is really underway. It looks like, unfortunately for Elicio, they're gonna be flushed out. So there's only 3 left now for Exquisite Decode. The entirety of Team Unique still up for right now. But here we go, prepping this nade. Let's see if Will's going to be able to start taking this back a tiny bit for the team. He's currently separated from his other 2 members. Perfect nade, actually, directly on top of one of the members from Unique. So he's going to make it even, but no way. Gets traded out by another nade of their own. I love to see the nade usage in this fight.
Yeah, Daddy is going to be trying to make an impact. Will get frozen down, so 1 player will fall down from the Unique side as well. Daddy and Resno staying alive currently for the Exquisite Decode. Of course, 1 player is still going to be knocked down, but he cannot be participating on the fighting, so we can see Resno, Daddy trying to build on the situation. We can see Will be knocked down. We can see Mind trying to find Daddy. Will try to go for the revival of his teammate, but will still play that fence side. And now Resno with that nade. Will he find the player from the inside that's going to go all the way on the rooftop? So there's no enemies on that side at all. So Resno's nade is not going to do any of the damage. We'll find the player from inside of the cafeteria. That's going to be Mind hiding on the back room. The spray will go there. We can see Mind taking that nade. Going to find that angle, and that's going to do a minor amount of damage. And we can see Unique now getting a second player knocked out. So Frozen and Tofis, they are down. Mind and Jalu, they are currently standing. Resto's going to be trying to go for the revival. And now we can see Exquisite Decode, by the way, with 3 players. We can see Resto's challenge players on the fence line. And Mind, he's still there. And the spray will come and will connect.
Oh man, it looks like now he's just the last one up there. Roznov, he needs to go on ahead and try to get those reses on the rest of his teams or something. There we go, Flush is coming through. Actually, I think that means that it's not looking too strong. Will is about to bleed out here, so it really is just going to be Reznov left. He does have a first aid. He's going to start using it now. Needed to get into a little bit of cover. And at this point, Team Unique, they're probably going to go on ahead and reset. Group up at this point. They still have 3 up and then try to sweep for the last member of Exquisite Decode. Exquisite not going to be the first one out, though, if this solo is taken out, because Unicorns of Love actually have just fallen.
Yeah, there was a meanwhile actual fight happening between Fire Flux and Unicorns of Love. We saw that on the small screen. I think there was a drive over happening, how the whole situation started. So they just crashed on the building. But anyway, Unicorns of Love, they are down, and Firefox, meanwhile, they actually have the full stack still alive. So they have played all those 29 points from the start. That's what I'm expecting. So definitely a great start from them. But meanwhile, still in Lipovka, Unique and Exquisite Decode, they are continuing the battle, and we can see Virtus.pro and Conqueror. They are also battling Vito, Mishi, Redox inside of the red building, or we can see Yasha playing on the top side of that building, on the rooftops actually. So cannot do, of course, no damage from that side, but cannot really go anywhere, cannot really escape from the situation. Teammates are around, so they're just building around the house. We can see Wait outside of the building on the next white building, maybe trying to find some angles from the windows or the doorway. But I mean, Conqueror, they're not really peeking. They're just holding their area, and they're letting Virtus.pro to actually gather all the players on that area.
It's really difficult to kind of get out of that situation, especially somebody on the roof. If they just try to leave, the person on the roof is just going to take a lot of shots towards them. Ooh, that nade though, Vito, this is not going to look good. Okay, it looks like he's going to be fine for now. I like how Lightning's starting to make a move up on top of the road up there as well. Yeah, Conqueror, they're just completely and utterly trapped. Virtus.pro is going to really be able to do whatever they want with them for now. And luckily, they're inside zone, so they have a long time to wait. They can just completely wait this out until Conqueror just decides to leave this or not. So interested to see who's going to be making the first move.
Yeah, I almost, when we started the game, I almost forgot that we have this 6 point per kill on the first phase. I mean, almost I forgot it, but when I saw the teams landing, oh yeah, that's why they are doing it. So I mean, it's very easy to recognize the changes on the gameplay, and we can see Enjoy. There's gonna be some damage coming towards him. Doesn't connect though, so there's gonna be Nano from the distance who's gonna be trying to land a shot, but it's gonna be just a single shot, so shouldn't be a huge threat to be honest currently. But they do have another team on the other side, so that's gonna be next Rüya hiding on the northern side on top of that hill, and of course the Enjoy cannot really go anywhere. Just needs to stay and hold that place with his team. Does he have a teammate? No, he actually has an enemy focus on the second floor. So, I mean, that's why he's not really going anywhere. But meanwhile, the whole Conqueror and the Virtus.pro fight is like, it is starting again.
Yeah, we can see some of the members from Virtus.pro ended up getting knocked. White is currently downed. Oh no, pretty nice molly into Yasha though. He's going to be caught on fire. It looks like he will be put out just in time, trying to take some shots inside the building as well to take down Conquer, but just can't get the trade just yet. We can see that there's quite a few of them that are very low HP at this point, but still Conquer has not gotten enough knocks to really start pushing out. Another fight that is fully going underway now as well is we already saw Surreal Esports kind of being separated. It looks like the remainder of the team is actually getting pushed by an entirely different one. It's actually S2G Esports. So Surreal, they're kind of fighting two teams at once right now.
Yeah, it's not an easy situation, definitely. We saw that push happening. He tried to escape on the rooftop, but wasn't fast enough as Virtus.pro. They deal the damages towards Conqueror. We can see Lightning trying to find Mishi from that window. Will not connect that shot. Yasha has been knocked down, but still Whitey and Wait on the background. So VP, they have 3 players on the sea, but no, Wait is going to go down. It's going to be a nice break coming from the Conqueror. Vito has been knocked down as well. The revolve's going to be happening. Pogo's going to be taken down here on the other side. So it's going to be next Rüya who's going to find that player from the rooftop. And next Rüya, they will actually get a 1 knock towards them, but they can save the player on the stairway. Shouldn't be a problem as Virtus.pro. There we go. Mishi gets the peek from the fence line, and Lightning is down as well.
That was great for Conqueror, honestly. Mishi knew that he needed to get rid of at least one of the angles that they had, that Virtus.pro had, and he was able to go ahead and do that. Now has to go for the res onto his teammate, though. They got to stay at least 3 strong because there's still at least 2 people up for Virtus.pro. One person still slowly bleeding out now on top of that road. It looks like Conqueror might be turning this around. Looks like them patiently waiting inside that building is going to be working out for them. And now Redox, he ended up being able to grab the roof. So Virtus.pro at this point, I don't know if they'll be able to get any sort of res happening onto the teammate, and now they're kind of stuck on the other side of this building.
Yeah. Well, 13 teams, 41 players. Redox trying to do something about Virtus.pro. I mean, they have the whole stack still alive. S2G, they are finding something out of this place. We actually have the next Rüya gaming, so they have moved from the northern side inside of Pochinki. So they are right next to it. And Virtus.pro with those 2 guys which they still have remaining, kind of like trying to build something. But I think that actually getting away would be a nice idea as well. We're just going to go more aggressive, going to jump on the rooftop. We'll try to find the angle. The guys are one inside of the building, and Wade is going to find the angle towards Redox. That's going to be a knock at least happening. Does he get a flush as well? There's definitely a chance, but no, it's going to be just crawling to safety on the other side of that rooftop, and they cannot flush him down. But there we go. Whitey is going to get that flush, and Redox is gone. So definitely VP, they will get the first kill on the situation as well. So it's even if those 2 players going to fall down, at least they have made some points. But of course, they are hoping for more.
Yeah, it looks like Conqueror is able to take this from a 4v3 down to a 2v2. So in this situation, I'd be a little bit worried, but it does look like Virtus.pro doesn't even have any more meds. You can see that Wade over there hasn't been able to heal whatsoever, and he's at like 25 HP. Definitely not an ideal situation, but he knows exactly where Mishi is, just laying prone on the very small half wall there. And it's just a waiting game once again. So they waited the first time. Now they're going to go ahead and do it again, while it looks like teammate might be trying to scout out some sort of vehicle to just leave this area. But for now, it's just a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 versus 2 situation. They are in the zone though, so they don't have to go. They can, they have the time. But Whitey doesn't want to have that time.
Wow.
Gets Mishi down, tries to flush it down as well. We're just going to try to retaliate, but no, doesn't connect the trade towards Whitey. So Whitey can still keep his life in Vito. He needs to come up with a plan. He needs to come up with 2 kills or amazing escape plan. Those are the options which they currently have. Meanwhile, the camera's going to be changing to S2G. They have a knock towards Kelsey, and next Rüya, they are still inside of the Pochinki. So S2G and next Rüya, they are fighting here on the, I would say, on the north and eastern side of Pochinki. Timber actually goes very close, and there will be immediately fire coming towards him. Takes the damage, goes down to 35 HP, can still keep that cover, the tree, and we can see Yekta just peeking behind that building, and if he's going to connect another spray, then he has a huge problem. Takes the damage from the nade, and tries to return to the fire with that nade as well.
It does look like Virtus.pro has finally been eliminated down there as well. That solo taken out from the top of the roof. And now Timber for S2G ended up pushing a little bit too far. They were on the western side of Pubg. It looks like they tried to make a rotation straight into next Rüya. There we go, a little bit of damage back and forth. A lot of S2G, actually, the members are all down there. I think there's only 1-2 left now, just hiding out in the building over to the northern side. It looks like grabbing a vehicle. Maybe he's going to try to escape or go for something a little bit more drastic, getting some reses. So that just leaves Timber to be the one to hold down the fort while those reses come into play.
Yeah, Conqueror's going to be taken down as well, so one less team. And the second phase is going to be shown just in a couple of seconds, although that's going to mean that we're going to be losing that 6-point kill scoring. So we're going to go with the 4-point per kill scoring when we enter the next zone. And we can see that now finally Surreal will be coming from Frozen. He's going to find Timber. We can see Kelsey taken down as well. So that's 2 more players falling. We can see Konina Power taking the damage from the Fire Flux as well. We can see Frozen going for the revival for the other member of the S2G. Sorry, for the next Rüya, of course. And meanwhile, watching the whole situation from the side, but Kudu wants to have that straight towards S2G. They are just kind of like piling for the revives, and that's going to give Kudu a chance to maybe get 1 more kill because Silas is going to be now reachable. But the next zone, it's going to go around the mansion area. So mansion and shelter, they are the places. So it's going to be an eastern shift, not really towards the north or the south. So all the teams, for example, from the Pubg area, they will have to leave and just start the traveling towards the eastern side.
Yeah, otherwise they're going to take some blue damage, or they're going to be coming in on the eastern side, that western side, excuse me, of that circle, and that means a lot of teams are going to just be on top of each other. Also knowing the location of the new zone as well, it is a lot of open areas, only a couple of actual compounds you can go ahead and actually utilize. Luckily, for the amount of teams still up, they should be playable, but it's going to be hard. Oh, nice actual hold coming through from Surreal Esports. Jekyll knew that there was in the entirety of next Rüya still inside Pubg and knew exactly when to strike. Yekta, though, not going to be happy that Kudu ended up getting knocked, so try to get that solo taken out. Oh my goodness, try to go for the crash as well, but Jekyll going to immediately shut that down. That means there's only 1 left for next Rüya. Is he going to entirely wipe this team by himself?
Let's see. I mean, he has a chance. The nade is going to be sent. Takes the damage. I mean, Yekta takes the damage, but now Yekta's going to find Kudur at the same time with a nade as well. But Jetkill, he's still up and running. Going to be trying to do something about it. We'll go for the first raise, and that's going to be Jetkill take it down. So Yekta will, in the end, find the Surreal Esports player and will flush him down. So next through, they can... no, I don't think that they can save Frozen. So it's going to be just Yekta remaining. Wants to get those heals or whatever loot that's going to be available on his teammate's body as we are moving towards peak. So just 1 player from next Rüya remaining, and he needs to travel quite far away from Pubg, but I mean, it's still the second zone, so the blue shouldn't be doing that much of damage or shouldn't have any major problems getting away from that area. But while, as we are watching Blaze, they are defending the area, and they have an interesting split here. Biggest on the northern side, and then we have all the teams, including S2G, on the southern side.
I have to say as well, I actually really like seeing that solo from Surreal Esports get 2 kills onto next Rüya, because it's just solos can be so scary if they know when to go on ahead and reveal themselves, be sneaky until the absolute last moment that they realize that they have that advantage. So we saw it once again. Let's see if anybody else is going to be able to take advantage of that. We can see Konina Power here starting to make a big rotation through. Looks like they're able to chase Big out of their area, and now they're literally just chasing them. I think they want these kills badly. Supermassive Blaze, though, gonna be punishing them out as they're driving by. A member of Konina Power goes down, and this next zone is about to close. So honestly, since they're still in their vehicles, they should probably just keep on driving as the zone closes a little bit up to the northwestern side.
Yeah, you can avoid those buildings. I mean, when you have a players like which Blaze has, for example, they have a lot of great shooters, Savian, which we saw getting that spray. When you're gonna go that close to the buildings, I mean, definitely it's gonna be a huge risk. And we saw how it can backfire when you rotate right next to the buildings. Then you're gonna lose some players. So you have to be more careful with the rotations where they're gonna be driving with the cars. We can see Fire Flux. They actually had these guys. They killed the Unicorns of Law at the start. So Solas is the only guy remaining. Now we can see actually Major Pride finding health, but he's quite far away, so maybe the spray is not going to be connected, but there's going to be other teams in front. So we can see Unique, for example, he's going to be heading straight towards them. Might be a good idea to actually stop the vehicle, and he's going to be crashing on that tree, but now the spray is going to be coming towards Solas. He's already taken down the Trophies. We'll find that kill, and that is the end of Fire Flux.
I was kind of wondering where he was going off to, but I guess he realized that where he was originally, he couldn't stay, so he's just trying to go for it. And once the buggy tires are popped, that's just an unfortunate situation. But yeah, Team Unique has that tiny compound towards the very center of this zone. I have a feeling that they're going to be very happy with their location for the next couple of zones as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to play it to the best of their abilities. I wouldn't be surprised if a team tries to crash them for it as well. But Supermassive Blaze might be able to provide them some cover as well, since they're kind of neighbors for right now. We'll have to wait and see, though. There are a couple of teams out here just outside zones, such as Sirens, that need to continue to make a move on in. They're just going to be waiting a little bit longer for that blue zone to get closer so that they could potentially move on some sort of a fight or a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it's all about the circles now. I mean, when you have that small building, and then we do have Blaze actually currently controlling the museum building. So those are the only buildings currently, you know, let's say on the southern parts of the zone. So if the next circle is going to be shifting, let's say on the south or maybe east, I think Unique, they have a good position definitely. I mean, they can take down the teams who are rotating right next to them, and it's an okay building to hold down as well, because there's really no cover for the other team. So if they will come there, there's a lot of other teams shooting from the longer distance on the fence line if they will crash there. So I think it's a good place to hold for now. But now we're going to be following what the Goddess Sirens are doing as they will start the move, and there's going to be a couple players on the side. So Pride and Na'Vi. Dixie is the last guy from the Na'Vi, by the way, because it used to be getting that spray, will be connecting none of those shots, and Dixie's going to be a little bit lucky with it, but no, now it's going to be time to go down, and they will actually already drive him over, so Knomi is going to get that vehicle kill, and Na'Vi has been eliminated from the lobby. 17-21 players alive.
It's really difficult to get inside this zone. We already talked about it. There isn't really that many places to play in this. It's just a big open field. So a bunch of compounds, and then otherwise you have to really know your terrain and where you can play out of. It looks like Goddess Sirens have decided to play all the way on this eastern side, going to utilize their vehicles as their cover. Otherwise, kind of in the smallest, littlest, itty-bittiest little bowl there. And you can see that Pride, though, doesn't really want them to be existing in that situation, that spot. So tossing some nades, and Goddess Sirens kind of going on ahead, retaliating. But unfortunately, Luna went down. That leaves just one left. Let's see how they're going to be able to take this out. But Pride is actually just driving straight on in. Nomi wants this last kill. Let's see how Luna is going to do. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. I was really expecting that someone was going to drive over somebody, but that didn't happen. I was really hoping for that. But yeah, anyways, we can see that the also Pride takes the damage because it is falling down. So 6 teams and 19 players remaining. So Sirens, they are gone as a whole, so they are not on the lobby anymore. That was the end of them. Circle has been shifting on the southern side in both compounds. Both the Unique compound and the Blaze compound, they're going to be included. So even more, the Unique and the Blaze locations, they are very strong, as we can see Evo Station from Konina Power going to be trying to connect on the major Pride. They have a knock happening. We can see vehicles also moving from the Konina Power towards that area, so they might be going with a more aggressive approach. They want to get a secondary angle. We can see Teague actually finding an angle. Also, Blaze is going to be shooting from that compound, tries to get any points you can, at least the flushes, if nothing else. But Milky Way, he's going to find Savian, so it's going to be Blaze's time to get some damage. This is going to be taken down, so Konina Power is going to find one immediately. So it is a 3-way fight currently.
Supermassive Blaze actually decided to go ahead and make a move out of their compound. They're split. They ended up putting some people over to the eastern side. They wanted to get involved in these fights. However, they needed to go over for the res. They only left one person inside of the compound. The other 3, they're over here on the very edge of the circle. So, ooh, okay, luckily they were able to protect that person, take out the last member of Major Pride. I was a little bit worried that he'd crash and it would be a 1v1. However, since Supermassive Blaze left there, it looks like Big's going to take advantage of that. Mishi going to go ahead and crash immediately. His 3 other teammates going to be following. Supermassive Blaze left this compound, so this is an entire 4-man team on a solo now at this point, but they don't know that just yet, so that's why they're currently keeping a little bit quiet.
Yeah, I really like the idea that they actually left the compound, so it's only Gerserach inside of it, and now Big is going to be crashing on the side, so maybe they expect that that's going to be happening. Somebody will be coming here from the west side, and that's going to be Big with a 4-man stack, so it's not an easy situation. Konina Power is going to be starting the rotation right next to the museum. There we go, they're going to be going with the buggy, and even though I'm talking about multiple players, it's just one. Asher tries to hide. There's going to be a lot of shots coming on that location. Somebody must find him from this place, but no, he's going to be trying to, well, he is able to keep that location for now because Beast has a different problem. It's going to be Blaze. They have moved the player from the eastern side back to the museum, but not inside of it. They're actually jumping from the outside of it. So Blaze, they're kind of fielding a trap next to the gaming player hiding on the shack, and they have identified him as well. The utilities are going already, and he's properly in trouble as he's going to fall down, and when Xavier's going to find him with the SMG spray.
Yeah, because I was very much stuck in that situation. Supermassive Blaze now making a move towards this compound once again. So Big, they didn't take the opportunity to push and take down a singular the solo member of Supermassive Blaze because they didn't have that knowledge, unfortunately. And now the entirety of Supermassive Blaze is now here to try and defend this spot. It does look like one of the members of Big will go down, so there's going to be 3 left. Supermassive Blaze trying to play this carefully, but no way. It looks like Unique is going to be getting involved and getting knocks onto them. These are our last 4 teams just being here. The last member of Konina Power hiding just to the northern side as well. And of course, right as I say that, they actually go down. So Unique, nobody's inside of this next zone. They all have to move. Unique, I think, has the advantage since they're not in the active fight right now.
Yep, that is true. I mean, they have to move, and Blaze, they will make the fast move. They are already moving players outside. Big is still going to be holding that museum building. Also, Unique's going to be moving players because Savian actually spotting them down, and lots of damage coming towards the Unique vehicle. The players are taking the vehicle damage, and the vehicle is taking the damage as well. But Savian will not be able to get any knocks, and that is, of course, very unfortunate. Now, just one player on the middle of the circle, and that is Savian, completely alone, as we can see Cursera, Catch, and Tron. They are still playing on the mansion area. Cursor's going to be taken down. Gold is going to find him with a nade, and that's a trade, by the way, so Big will get 1 knock towards them as well.
And now it's still a little bit of a chaotic situation here. We can see Supermassive Blaze just trying to leave the compound. They're still going to be the team in the center, though, as Big is going to come up from behind. Unique, they're starting to push forward because they realize that they can have this space to push forward and take advantage of it. Savian kind of protecting his teammates, going to be able to get a knock onto at least one of them. Frozen goes down. That's exactly what he needs to be doing, while the rest of his team tries to focus on taking down Big. So they kind of, unfortunately, have to split their focus, but it's insane. Nate takes down another member of Unique. There's only 1 member for Unique left, and he is nowhere near his 2 teammates. We can see him grabbing the car now, though. He's trying to go for those reses, but if Savian also gets these hits, that might just be it for them.
Yeah, I mean, amazing play from Savian already getting those 2 players down. Jalo, can he save the teammates? That's the biggest question. Does Savian have more utilities? Can Catch or somebody else maybe help out with the situation? Big also, they have a 3-man stack remaining still on the hospital, so that is definitely a large threat. Savian having that one-on-one battle, gets down. Trophies for the 2nd time, and also a Jalo, he's down as well, so that is the end of Team Unique, and now it's going to be Savian under fire from Beast, so Big is going to be trying to jump on that one. Catch is going to get him down, so at least it's now 2 versus 2.
That is insane. A singular person from Supermassive Blaze ended up taking out the entirety of Team Unique. That was the team that I would have bet was going to take this game away, since they had a little bit of the advantage being able to move inside zone and not worry about this active fight happening. But I think Supermassive Blaze being able to split their attention for that moment and kind of just focus on taking out one of the sides ended up saving them in that situation. Now, as you said, it's a 2v2. We got to see who's going to come out on top. Supermassive Blaze, I feel like they're currently on fire with 9 kills, and it looks like Big, they're the ones that are stuck on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, the Blaze's early move, that's now going to be paying off, and of course how they were able to defend Unique. It could have been that also Blaze's early move towards the middle, it could have backfired. Unique could have taken them down, but Savian, he thought otherwise. And I mean, I think Savian is definitely so hot player currently that it's going to be very difficult for Big to actually get away from that area, because they don't have the vehicles, they can't use them, they don't have much of a cover. Circle has been shifted a little bit more towards the northern side, but still Blaze is controlling that circle, and they have all the cover, they have the hill in front of them. So Big, they can try to crawl to the circle, but yeah, as soon as Blaze is going to spot them down, I'm very, very worried what's going to happen, especially when Catch is going to be getting a grows up from the drop box at the same time as well. So that is a very strong end game weapon. Big is going to be trying to flank on the southern side. Catch is still there, and he's actually watching that corner. So this is the important place now. Catch, he should be spotting down the big players as they are coming behind that shield. He has the grows, has the weapons, has the 3rd level helmet and the vest. He should be unstoppable in this location. Takes the cover from that buggy. Beast, Goldie, they don't dare to come, and he's going to be guessing that they must be coming from here. It's going to be sent already, and if he's going to deal any damage with that nade, Beast takes the damage, Goldie doesn't. He's going to be so lucky with the tree blocking the damage.
Yeah, I was going to say that tree really went on ahead and took that hit for Goldie there. It doesn't look like Kesh is going to be able to toss anymore. He ended up spotting out Beast there, a tiny bit of damage, but here comes the split. Big, though, they're still just crawling. I actually really like the Kesh decided to push up to this location. Got to be careful, though, because there we go. Some bullets coming through from Goldie. Beast taking a little bit more damage from that nade. He spots out Goldie, though, instantly gets it down. That Groza is absolutely deadly, and that means Beast is the last one alive. He knew he needs to get this trade, though. He gets a lot of damage on the Kesh, but now both of them are actually pushed up here, and here comes comes the blue zone. Beast has nowhere to go, and Supermassive Blaze has him under control, and that is the match. Supermassive Blaze goes away with our first match of today's win.
Yeah, Beast tries to be a beast, but will not succeed on that one. We'll get the second place though for the big. Unfortunately, didn't get the highest prize, the chicken dinner. It's gonna be a Blaze's time to get that one.
That was an amazing play coming through from them. I don't really know what else to say there. They were able to control the majority of the area. I was a little bit concerned when they ended up moving out of their compound, but they still were able to come back and take control of it. Let's see what else, see more details come through from our analyst panel.
You don't know what else to say. You say, hey, let's bring it to the boys on the desk here who are all in white. We got Jason Kappa, we got Imperium, we got Professor Tarzan, and we have a great match to be talking about here. Supermassive Blaze, 2 days in a row, taking the first match of the day. But the thing is, remember how kill points work out. They're not necessarily going to get the most points in the match overall.
That's true. That's true. We saw some very strong early fights.
Yeah.
Unique going
we saw a lot of early fights.
Okay. Unique going up against Exquisite Decode, and I gotta give credit to Reznov because I said, you know, to you, Tarzan, that I think he's the one that needed to be a little bit more aggressive. We saw him pull off some very strong individual moves in that first fight.
It was very good. I feel like he's constantly thinking about what's the next thing that I can do to just get the work done. And he really showed that. And the comms coming through as well. You know, remember when Will was knocked, and then the comms might be spot on for him to land that perfect nade. But it's not just that, right? We talk about these early fights, not just in the Pubg there, but right in here. We've got Surreal Esports against Vodafone Giants. The action wrapped up so much quicker compared to yesterday. And let's talk about farm as well. So it's fights everywhere, like expected.
Yeah, Jekyll, like Jason, he nearly got that 1v3 onto Next Rüya. It was very close and it hurt Next Rüya massively because they were only left with one, and as the circle shifted away, they had a tough task entering into the circle.
Yeah, of course you could have mentioned Next Rüya because that's the team you had predicted to do well,
right?
and I think me and myself and Professor Tarzan's predictions didn't work out too well, to be fair. But it was still really cool to see like how this ended up finishing off. I mean, again, you're starting to see some consistency. Unique seems to always be one of these teams that places, you know, top 3, top 4, top 5 so consistently compared to others.
And we were talking about this in the virtual green room. Yeah, okay, you can play passive, like let's say big and drop far away and then play into late game circles somewhat passively. That's possible, but with Unique, I really think they're putting themselves in positions that need to be protected, and they're protecting them. They're being proactive, they're being controlling. It was just unfortunately the circle shift and that fantastic 1v3 essentially by Savian. That was the thing that took them down. So great play by Papara Supermassive Blaze.
Okay, well, we do see our standings, and they will actually take the most points in the lobby with the chicken dinner. 48 points in total for them with 33 kill points, but so is Team Unique here at 33. I will say this, though. Next Rüya Gaming, we gave them a lot of criticism yesterday of their underperformance. They started the day in last place, but they get themselves 34 points with Tarzan here to start to build up some sort of semblance of challenging the top ranks.
It's very, very important. I think for this squad in particular, when we go back to how they performed through the season, right? Of course, they've got the PMGC points coming through, but when they performed at EMEA, they didn't do so well, right? We've got 16 teams that performed and got 13th place. And after yesterday's choke, I would say, you sometimes wonder, do their dominant stay in the Turkish region and doesn't transform into a more global stage, right? Maybe this is where they start changing things. I know it's a little bit different, but it's still nice to see them up there.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they ended yesterday with a total of 24 kill points. And in this first game alone, they got 28. So that's a big plus in my eyes. And even Conqueror EU, I know they ended up going out a little bit earlier than expected, but they still won out that fight overall against Virtus.pro. So that's definitely a positive in my eyes. But then we saw Vodafone Giants lose the fight in Pachinki against I believe it was S2G, Tarzan, if I'm not mistaken, or was it Fire?
Could be Surreal. Could be
Surreal.
Surreal.
It's Surreal, sorry.
I think, yeah. No, and it's not just them. We talked about these predictable early fights as well, right? We saw Team Big Clash with Na'Vi very early on for cars, right? And we've got URL doing the same thing against FF. And that's the thing, right? You can kind of do bits of homework to do that. I know only one team can win, but why can't that be you? But then you have to go out of your way to do a little bit more preparation.
Well, we could see our top killers in the last match, and Savian going to be up here for Supermassive Blaze, as well as Ketch, the MVP of PMPL Turkey, and even Jekyll, as we talked about before, that almost 1v3 up against next Rüya. Just one more person to take down, he would have had the confirm, he would have had a lot of extra points for his team, not to mention the extra 5 you get for killing the last player of a team, and then maybe potentially more placements. But Surreal has definitely been one of those teams that's been, I want to say, under the radar, though we have been talking about them more and more.
Yeah, they have. They've definitely played under the radar. They need to be given a little bit more respect, at least in my eyes. Like, I'm not giving them enough for how well they've been performing. But we can't argue with Supermassive Blaze in this game. One Tarzan top on the kills, top on the damage, and then Analysis and Team Unique once again up there in terms of the damage. They are having some very consistent results.
It's very nice to see. I mean, the style that they played, how they controlled that late game would work, you know, through many metas, right? Like, that is just good PUBG, good trust within the team. And Savian just say, I will go take this spot, I'll add a lot of pressure, you guys can handle big, right? So that's what we saw, and it was so good to watch.
Oh, a little bit of a comparison here between Papara and Team Unique, first and third place respectively. And again, the kills relatively close, as well as the damage. And I don't know what it is about Unique, and we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier on, right? I think it was Imperium you were saying, you know, teams that typically last to the end will get a lot more points than the rest. But Team Unique, I feel like they've had such a heavy emphasis on placements. I actually want to see the breakdown. I think after the break, we'll have an idea of how many kill points they have compared to placements.
Definitely, they've been playing for late game, but not in a passive way. It's definitely been in a controlling way, Jason.
Well, we had our predictions in the last game. We finished off equal with the community yesterday. Let's see how our predictions went up against them, and well, it didn't go well. We failed pretty damn hard here, but it's fine. The community only got one more point than us. At the end of the day is what I care about. I don't care about these individual battles, right? It's about who's the champion of the whole event. And in the end, let's come on, guys. It's gonna be us, right?
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm not hitting all confidence in you guys.
Okay. What we're doing is we're giving this whole kind of, you know, false sense of security, Jason, right? The whole reverse psychology aspect. We'll make them think they're doing well, and then bam, we'll come in and get the prediction for all the other games. Easy.
Well, make sure you guys are paying attention in the next match, because that's when the code's going to be posted. It was posted in this match from yesterday, so make sure you guys have your PUBG Mobile open and ready to go to try to enter it as quick as possible. Tarzan, Tarzan and Imperium, we're not allowed to win those, just saying, so don't try to enter it yourself. We're going to head to a short little break here, but when we come back, we have our second match ready to go, and we'll see you guys in just a few.
A recently formed Turkish squad with great potential. But will they be able to show it?
Sol tarafta 3 tane push fark etti. Spraylerini gönderecek. Sprong'dan agresif bir oyun. Arkadaki oyuncuya doğru ama Sprong düşürüldü. Owner'dan iyi oyun. Loxi de indi. Durum 2 yapacak. Owner agresif gidiyor. Agresif gidiyor. Kitini basarken yakaladı.
They didn't show the most confident performance during PMPL Western Europe Season 2 finals. So will they try harder at this tournament?
And with Reeves IGL leading his team by the wayside, that's going to be a squad moment of the game. But Conqueror, whoa, a double knock, 3 Navigo, a triple knock. Chazmak.
These guys know how to earn kills. They've got a strong roster of warriors that can tear enemies apart for victory.
Farkına vardı ve onlar 17 alacaklar. Surreal 18 puan alırken Next Rüya ise 26'ya koşuyor. 1 puan daha eklemek istediği alan ama yapabilecekleri sınırlı gibi.
Clever roster, confident strategy, perfect sense of the game. Let's see what they're capable of.
Yanlış görmediysem bir oyuncuyu düşünmeyi başardı. Burada Respect ve Surreal kritik bir fight daha var burada. Bakalım şimdi burada Forza bir şeyler yapmaya çalışacak. Hayatta kalan son Respect oyuncusu yerdeki Eron'u gördü ama...
Herkese selam, Sencerez ben. Sunucu burada, görev yerinde hazır ve bu bir tatbikat değildir. Oyuncular PUBG Mobile ile ilgili mümkün olabildiği kadar sorulara doğru cevap vermeye çalışacak ve acaba bugün burada bana kim eşlik ediyor olacak?
Hepinize merhaba arkadaşlar. Ben Nextra Gaming ekibinin kaptanı ve RG'liyim. Yakından tanıdığınız Frozenix. Bugün sonunuzda ben yanıtlayacağım.
Oyunda kaç taarruz tüfeği vardır? A9, B10, C12.
B10.
Doğru cevap. UMP 45 hangi tip mermi kullanır? A9 milim, B762, C45 ACP.
C45 ACP.
Süper, doğru. Hangi silah en yüksek şarjör kapasitesine sahiptir? AP90, BP92, CP18C.
P18C.
Yanlış cevap. Oyunda kaç tane hafif makineli LMG vardır? A3, B4, C2.
C2'dir herhalde.
Doğru cevap. Pala, levye, orak listede eksik olan hangisi? A bıçak, B tava, C katana.
B tava.
Doğru cevap. Oyundaki en güçlü keskin nişancı tüfeği hangisidir? A AVM, B Win 98, C M24.
A AVM.
Doğru cevap. Bakalım oyuncudan kaç tane doğru cevap gelmiş?
If I'm not mistaken, Frozen currently leading the pack in that challenge there. He got, was it 4 out of 5 correct?
Yeah.
And, well, you know, hopefully we get some other people to step up here and maybe challenge him. Maybe they can get a little bit more than that. But for you guys all at home who have missed out on the first match of the day, don't worry. We're going to actually show you the overall standings, give you an idea who currently is sitting in first place. My eyes, though, is going to be focused specifically on next Rüya Gaming, and if they've been able to move up the rankings a little bit.
For sure.
They were in 16th place, a little bit unfortunate. But again, as we said, you can get a lot of points. There's a big chance that teams can easily come back.
Major Pride still holding on to the top spot. Konina Power in second place, interestingly enough. And then Papara Supermassive Blaze in 7th.
Well,
So,
look at Unique.
yeah.
47 placement points. They have
I know.
so much more than every other team out there. Papara Supermassive Blaze has 2 chicken dinners and they have 32. So that means they've gotten 2 points for a chicken, or 2 points outside of the 5 matches so far and in the 2 that they've won.
I would say, like, the way that Team Unique's playing is actually very good when we talk about maybe translating back the usual style that we see. I mean, after all, that consistency is what you need, right? So I think placement point could be one indicator, but of course here, the second page, some of these teams really struggle doing that. We talk about Exquisite Decode. I feel like we're getting a little bit harsh on them right now, but as that team who likes to find those sweet openings to enter zone safely, having 3 placement points after 5 games,
Yeah, but
ain't gonna cut it.
You asked a question, Jason. Did next Rüya jump up? They jumped up from 16th to 12th. So they went from 36 points to 70 in total. Good start for next Rüya. Build on that, guys.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, it's going to take more than, well, 1 game, right? It's going to take a little bit more than that.
For
It's going to
sure.
take quite a few for you to fully catch up, but we can see they have a chance when we got on over to Miramar, which is our second match of the day. We still have Sanhok, which is going to be extremely crazy. Not going to want to miss that, I'll tell you for a fact, but also Erangel Arcane at the very end of the day. We could see teams take home over 150 points. But why don't we check up on how the teams are doing when it comes to money? Remember, we're changing up how things work here in this event, the PMSC Europe. You start at a certain amount of 2,500 and you lose money based on your performance in the matches. You cannot lose more than 150 bucks per game, meaning you actually secure a certain amount of money at the very end. But all that money that gets lost goes in towards the winning team's prize pool.
And still Surreal and Big in terms of the top two of the money that's left standing. Exquisite Decode, they've dropped down. They're nearly below the 2,000 mark, Professor Tarzan, so they need to really think about, you know, the fact that they're losing money pretty much every single game.
It's a little bit harsh to watch right now. I mean, when you look at their track record through at least this full split, they have these games where they just don't get a lot of kills, right? Even when they win, they play a bit of a safe game. So you can see the punishments coming through, and soon it will not start the 2,000. They're going down to maybe 1,900, and that will be a little bit painful to watch.
Yeah, it's gonna be painful to see your money slowly dwindle away, though Big is still holding steady. But then again, the #1 team at the end of the event right now will earn themselves $5,130. Remember, that amount keeps going up every single match. It's guaranteed to go up every single match, because if you're 14th, 15th, or 16th place, you lose money. Also, if you're below a certain amount of kill thresholds, you lose money. And the winner is sitting there licking their chops, ready to feast on whatever they want to buy with that money. Maybe a nice steak dinner, who knows? I don't know exactly what they want to go for here. But that means we still have, 3 left to go today, 3 matches today in particular, 1 day of action thereafter. But we also need to find out who the community will be voting for in our little prediction game. Again, if you guys don't know what it is, you guys go and chat, you use the hashtag to the appropriate team you want to vote for. The top 3 teams will be selected by vote percentages. And depending on how those teams do, you might get points. And if you beat us, then you get a code dropped into the game that you can pick up for yourself and redeem for some things. So you guys can see here, if you want to vote for Virtus.pro, do hashtag VP, Exquisite Decode, hashtag EXQ. Professor Tarzan, Perry went first last time, so let's see what you have to say.
I'll go hashtag Navi this time. I mean, they had a huge game yesterday. They are playing around a segment that they know very well, and teams sometimes just come towards them and they would just take those early kills. So I can't see any team stopping them on this Desert Dunes.
Imperium, I want to say Navi, but I feel like we're playing against the community. We're not playing against each other, right? Because we need to beat the community. So I'm going to change it up. I'm going to go for Unicorns of Love.
Ooh. Okay. Nice. That's
I like
not a bad choice. I'm going to go for hashtag S2G. That's who I'm going for, because they showed themselves up as a strong Miramar team in the European Championships. Let's see if they can do it again in the Star Challenge.
Okay, so we've got our predictions in. We'll find out what the chat predicted in just a few moments. They followed me last time, and I led them to disaster, 60% in favor of Navi, so hopefully they don't listen to me this time, so I can steal away a lot more points. But I do wonder, I'm wondering, in your guys' eyes, are we seeing a more slower start, more passive start out of these teams when it comes to this matches because of the format compared to yesterday? I actually don't remember how many people we had left alive when it came to Erangel yesterday. But I remember on Sanhok, we were still in zone 1 and we had 24 people left alive.
That was to be expected with Sanhok. The one thing that I observed from yesterday's Miramar game, Tarzan, was the fact that we had a lot more hot drop fights in Miramar, just because it's all about the cities. If you can grab hold of that city, whether it's Picado, whether it's El Pozo, whether it's El Azahar, you can loot up quite quickly and quite heavily, right? So we saw a lot more hot drops in yesterday's Miramar game, so I think it's going to be pretty similar today, bar an absolutely crazy playing path.
Yeah, I get it, right? But sometimes certain adaptation isn't too bad to make. When we talk about Exquisite Decode hot dropping against another team in El Azahar yesterday, it was Team Unique. We talked about how consistent they were. So there's no shame, right? Trying to play around it, maybe try to tackle it in a different way.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to look at a city like Monte Nuevo yesterday. 3 teams dropped in there, and then Vodafone Giants can't find a place to breathe. I mean, they're so used to having no one close, but I just can't wait to find out how it's going to look like in that phase 1.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping that teams have learned from yesterday. I think that's what we kind of discussed of now that you've got your toes in the water, you know how things are going to play out. Maybe you're going to change your style. Playing for placements just really isn't it, right? It's 15 points. Congrats. You get a chicken dinner, which is already hard enough, but you only get 15. You get a couple of kills in the early phases where you get 6 points, you get 2, you basically just got a chicken dinner in points alone. So I think this really rewards the teams who are able to really pick up the kills, who are confident to take fights early on. Whereas in the normal format, teams always just delay things as long as possible. They take fights when they have to and just try to stay alive for placements.
And Jason, I think one thing that's very understated for this kind of format is how a team drops in a city if they're with another team. So how many buildings they drop at the same time, how far away they are from each other. It's very understated, Jason.
All right, well, it seems like the community was not listening to me last time, but they're still sticking with Navi. 48% for them. We got Major Pride at 22% and Exquisite Decode at 16%. So there's definitely some fans out there of certain teams. I don't know how it's going. I'm feeling, honestly, guys, not to be rude to the community, but I'm feeling pretty confident in our choices compared to theirs.
Oh yeah. But you know what, guys? We talk about aggression. I just want to point out one thing. There's more than one way, you know, to have those skills. Maybe cut someone on rotation so let's see whether they can do it.
Maybe we'll cut you off because it's time to get into our second match of the day. Let's throw it back over to Copter and spend cargo here for Miramar.
And here we go, second game of the day. And just like I said on the studio, the guys from the hospital, that it's going to be time for Miramar. Playing coming from the trailer park, heading towards Papara. Is a nice 45-degree split on top of the skies of Miramar. So a lot of places where to drop and a lot of places where to challenge those hot drops as well and get the points.
Yeah, as Imperium mentioned, there's a lot of hot drops in these main cities on Miramar yesterday because they want those big points. So kind of expecting that to happen once again. And it looks like the plane path is nice as well. So Imperium doesn't have to worry about that either. I think we're going to see a lot of nice hot drops coming through from here because they need those big points at the very beginning. Right now, though, it looks like at the very beginning, people are kind of already spreading out. Nobody ended up going Pozo the other day, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if that changes.
Yeah, I think Konina Power might be thinking about it because they're definitely like flying above it still and kind of like we can see as we're going for the vehicle, so they might stop and try to get something from there. But yeah, anyways, nobody will be at least not hot dropping them at all. Navi will find La Cobreria, so nothing has changed. It's funny that Navi actually played the La Cobreria, but yeah, I mean it's very a typical place for them on a map like this. But they don't want to have none of that hot drop action. They don't want to get those double points. But we can see Vodafone Giants and S2G, they want to get those points. So we can see actually 7 going very close at the same time. And do remember, guys, by the way, that support your creative expression without the limits with Xiaomi 11T Cinemagic Power.
I believe they ended up fighting in this exact spot the other day as well. So we're going to see if anything changes this time. S2G going to go ahead and start off with the first. Not going to Vodafone Giant. Ulysses, unfortunately, finding himself down. Silas now, prepping a nade. This could be huge. The rest is already happening. But it looks like maybe rethinking about it just for a hot second. And while we're waiting for that to fully pop off, let's go ahead and take a look at our code. Redeem this code in-game for the reward. It is BUBQZHZT7U. Yep, redeem that in-game. Now, S2G, they're starting to be able to surround the enemy team in that building, so we're just going to wait for them to run into each other. But it also looks like Picado has 2 teams as well. Papara, Supermassive Blaze, and Conqueror.
Yeah, they are fighting. So we have a couple hot drops locations. That is what we have seen lately. Timber's going to find Sevi. So Vodafone Giants, 1 player falling down. Silas going to be trying to get his revenge from the arena, from the, as I call it, the Thunderdome sometimes. Meanwhile, we can see Silas try to find a player from above, but no, will not connect. They have the cover from the cement wall. So Fresh from Unicorns will fall back to turn the third party the whole situation because the guys are fighting, and I mean he has all the angles. So those 2 guys are kind of like pinched there on the bowl, to be honest. And Fresh, only with the M4, only has 24 bullets by the way, so can't do a lot of damage with that one. Has a different weapon though. That's an SKS actually, so he can try to do some more damage. Will be connected towards S2G. They will take a minor amount of damage. But yeah, will not get a knock for now, but at least get some damage done. And I don't think that the guys actually have that many heals. Ulysses has been knocked down from Vodafone Giants. So Stray still comes from the from above, from the Unicorns of floor. We can see Sevin actually. What is going on? Nano's gonna find Sevin, so he's gonna shoot it from the second floor. We can see Timber pushing, wants to get Nano, will get Nano. Timber's gonna find Nano, and just Pocus remaining on that building. Can they actually clear out the whole place? Pocus gets Silas in the end. So that's the revenge he was seeking for. And now it's gonna be time for Timber to do something about it. Wants to go for the stairway. It's gonna be trying to find the player from the third floor, from the stairway actually, but no, doesn't find that yet. He's hiding there, but yeah, no, the spray will not connect.
Oh man, if he continued to push, all he needed is a couple more bullets to be able to get that last person out, but it looks like he's not going to go ahead and push. And Timber getting the first two in the first place, though, is absolutely amazing. In the distance, we can see Unicorns of Love just starting to completely surround them. Just look at that mini-map. Unicorns of Love, they heard this fighting. They knew that they needed to get involved. They got to go quickly, though, because if they don't in time, there's not going to really be that many people left to take the fight with. But it looks like Fresh will be able to at least take one. Vodafone Giants eliminated Timber, now the last one alive for S2G. Unicorns of Love, not gonna let him out of here.
Yep, they will get those points, and yeah, definitely. Unicorns of Love, they have came down. Well, they still have Fresh actually holding that high side angle, and they have 3 guys on the ground. We can see GK first with that nade node, exactly where Timber's gonna be hiding. They have been scouting that information. Nade is gonna go down and drops down Timber with the first nade. S2G, they are down. Lights out.
That was a great nade. I mean, they knew exactly where he was and he had nowhere to move. So that is an unfortunate situation that Unicorns of Love, I mean, at least they were able to pick up 2 kills from that fight. Definitely made it a little bit more difficult. But back into Picado, we can see that Conqueror, Supermassive Blaze finally getting closer and closer. The one member of Supermassive Blaze kind of alone off in the distance. The rest of them trying to figure out a way to get a little bit closer. But we'll see. It looks like Vito for Conqueror getting interested. Oh, Savian on the other side of this little trash bin here. Definitely was spotted. It looks like Redux starting to jump out too. They were prepared for that crossfire. That was a great idea coming through from them. Tron unable to move fast enough to save the teammate.
Yeah, the dumpster fight, gotta love those. Because Rüya being knocked down, Tron wants to get a flush, gets almost just 1 bullet, and it's gonna be flush happening. He should be bleeding up, but they can still maybe go for the revival. They will actually get inside of that building, so Tron cannot connect those shots anymore. But definitely 1 player falls down on the dumpster. We can see Conqueror, they're trying to build here. Blaze is gonna be trying to go for the revival of Sevin, but they will need some more smokes. Sevin is crawling on the... Yeah, I mean, they can do it. He has the wall as a cover, and now Vito with that nade. Tron is gonna be holding that 2nd floor. The nade is going to go in the wrong room, unfortunately, so it doesn't take the damage. But Vito just holding this place, wants to make sure that Blaze is not pushing, that they can get the revival done. And yeah, Conqueror has actually completely revived already, so they are not having any players. Meanwhile, Pride and Big 2 nades are coming, and Nomi is going to be knocked down. Also, Discrim takes a lot of damage, but doesn't fall down as a whole. Mishi has more nades to come. Frozen, meanwhile, getting a knock as well. Milky Way is going to be spotted down. Mishi's nade is going to go right behind that shack, but Milky Way can hide from that one. Will dodge the damage. As Mishi, the location is definitely known, but now they will try to go for it, and they have 3 guys knocked down already. Since Swave is going to be joining the party as well. Only 1 player up and running for Pride, and they are definitely wanting to get the last guy down as well. They want to get 29 points. We can see Mishi just pushing straight towards. We'll spot the player behind the body. They know Yen is going to be hiding there on the background, so he's going to be, of course, trying to save something, but I mean, 1 versus 4, it can't be good. Mishi's going to be taken down, so at least 1 knockdown. Can he get more? Swave's going to be going for the flank from the downside. There's going to be mollies already, and Swave is coming up. The Stray will connect, but it's going to be Swave getting Gen, and that is the whole team. The Major Pride, the leading team on the scoreboard. When we saw that on the studio, they are gone.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised to see them being taken down almost that easily from the opposing team. Didn't even lose a singular person, but you know, I guess just a bad game in this situation. Unicorns of Love, it looks like they kind of got backfield here. Virtus.pro now taking their high top of this little hill spot, but Unicorns of Love is not gonna back down. They're actually gonna push. GK first, gonna get a knock onto one of them. Yasha now the last one up there on this northern side is trying to hide behind some vehicles. They at least have a couple more teammates around, but gotta go ahead and kind of turn this around. It's a 2v4. That nade on Rolkis, unfortunately not quite close enough to go ahead and go for the hit, but they does spot out Lin, and there we go. 1 goes down for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4th party from the VP. I mean, we already had the other 2 teams fighting here. The VP's 14 will spot down Rolkis, wants to get him down, gets the damage done. And Yasha, let's see if he can do that damage with the nades. He has to get that perfectly. There was a couple nades already, but they missed. And that nade is going to go close, and Rolkis is going to fall down. So he's going to find that player with the nade, and it's going to be just only 1 player, GK first. He has a problematic situation because he's high up on top of these canisters, and the location is all spot down. Yasha gets the spray, but doesn't get the player down, and Lean is going to be found by Yasha, and that's the end of the Unicorns of Love as well. So VP, they will destroy the team that destroyed the 2 other teams in the past. So that is the VP now collecting the points, and actually it is still the first place, so they are going to be getting those 6 points as well next Rüya and Flux. Meanwhile, they are fighting here a little bit more further, and I mean, 12 teams, 43 players alive, so we have lost 4 already, and Soul is going to be trying to find the 15.
there's like 3 teams here, right? Just taking a lot of shots at each other. We can see this next zone's about to close as well, so they might just end up having to make a big move, not even take this fight, but it's of course not going to stop them from at least looking at it, seeking it out, sniffing it out, seeing if they really can do anything about it. The zone does move and they're just on the edge, so if they wanted to, they could continue this. I'm just curious to see how next Rüya would make it towards the Fireflux's building and Hacienda. I think they kind of have it held down, so they'd have to play it a little carefully, especially actually with Wolf on the roof.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Na'Vi is actually circling in the area as well. They are coming from the western side, so they just might do something about it. Meanwhile, we can see the replay from the Yasha. Snake was oh, that's spot on.
Wow.
I mean, he's gonna bounce from the floor and then almost like bounces to his helmet, to be honest. So there's no way to dodge that. It was a perfect nade, like a 110% where it should be. And next, Rüya and the Fireflux fighters, we can see on the mini-map, Na'Vi is right there on the southern side. They have 2 players on the west side as well. We can see Kudor fighting Wolf, and that is the Flux taken down, as Soul is going to be found by Frozen at the same time as well, but now it's going to be Unique versus Goddess. We can see Tophy's getting Yati and Luna's going to fall down as well, so 2 players from the Goddess Sirens are down. Team Unique, they are looking to get the poison. This is happening on the eastern side.
It's just 1 member of Goddess Sirens left, and we can see that Mind from Unique is deciding to chase in a buggy of their own. And they're trying to take some shots at them in the distance, not quite hitting. And here we go, all of Team Unique just going to continue to be chasing. And so it looks like Linawi, oh no, actually they crashed into a hay bale. Did not expect that to happen whatsoever. But here we go, now that they're stopped, at least they have a little bit of hard cover for right now, but they need to take out Mind now if they're hoping to win this fight, because the teammates are coming. They're coming fast, but they don't have the HP. All of Unique ends up getting there. Goddess Sirens, the next team eliminated. That was a really quick fight coming through from there. But of course, still more fights to go.
Yeah, this is definitely different Miramar which we had yesterday. I mean, yesterday the Miramar was quite slow, to be honest. But yeah, I think the teams have now identified. No, we can do the same as we do on Erangel and Sanhok on the Miramar as well. So we can see a lot of teams actually challenging each other. So now it's going to be a time for Blaze versus Conqueror fight. And this is the fight that was happening on Picado earlier already. Mishi, Reeves, they're kind of like knowing the places of Cursera and Savian. Savian has taken the damage. So, I mean, Blaze, they're just holding the place. They kind of like have actually Conqueror, in a way, pinched down when you look at the markers on the map. So basically Conqueror holds in the middle place, and then Blaze has to spread all around them except the northern side. And of course, northern side is a place where you can actually escape, but I don't think that the teams are looking for it. It's not going to be 6 points per game anymore. It's just 4 points per kill now. And we can see Cursera fighting that angle. Reeves and Mishi, if they will try to cross, there's going to be definitely a spray coming from Cursera. They are not peeking. No, they are slowly showing themselves because it's Tron on the other side. Immediately, they will return the fire. Cursera's going to fall down, and now it's going to be time for the other members of Blaze to do something about it, because otherwise they will just push on that direction.
What's interesting with their continued fight here as well, I'd like to point out, is that the longer they fight in here, the more that they won't be able to get further inside zone. They're still inside zone right now, but they're all the way on the western side. A little bit worried that anybody would try to hold them out potentially, but of course we'll just have to wait and see. Looks like Na'Vi getting involved in this Hacienda fight. They're completely surrounding it. Look at that mini-map. They're completely surrounding next Rüya inside of Hasi, just waiting for these last 2 members, Yakta to leave, but they're not going to be going anywhere. They're holding them against this blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, when you smell the kills, you want to get them. You don't want to let any of the points escape from that place. And I mean, Na'Vi, they have so strong players that they can do it. I mean, I'm not going to say that all the teams can play it like that, because when you have 4 guys, you're splitting in 4 different places. I mean, many other teams, they will lose the members one by one. But Na'Vi, they have so strong individual skill that they can do this kind of a split. Meanwhile, Circle hard shifting almost on the southeastern side. So it's going to be Lapendi, Dalof Leonis, Ketch to be finding Reeves at the same time. This is happening at Picado, by the way. So Ketch just using the fence line as a cover because he asked for finding Red Ox. So it's going to be Konina Power, it's going to be third partying on the whole fight. And they are watching this from the north side hill. Actually, there's going to be a VP on the north side hill and Konina Power on the south side. So we have 2 teams actually following this fight.
That we do. There's only 2 teams inside of this next zone, by the way, 2 out of the 10. So a lot of these teams really are just deciding to fight out along the edges of this previous zone. And I said it, I mean, if you're fighting inside of Picado, I mean, that's a safe place to be. But right when you try to leave it, there's usually quite a couple of spaces that teams can kind of set out and wait for you to start to exit. It looks like Virtus.pro is going to be leaving in this situation. The other 2 are still holding, and Na'Vi is still holding next Rüya. That is unfortunate for them. Starting to take some blue damage. Interested to see if Navi's going to keep holding or if they want to prioritize zone. And it looks like the answer is Zone, except for their MVP, Matic. They're going to go ahead and leave them behind. I wonder if they're hoping that he'll get the 2 kills onto the last 2 members of Nextria while they go ahead and grab a good spot in Zone.
Yeah, I mean, if this would be a Star Wars movie, somebody would say, oh no, it's a trap. But nope, Matic is just waiting there, and when Nextria is going to get out, I think they might have the false sensitivity of being safe, because they will see the vehicles leaving, yeah, they're going to be getting away, but there's a 1 player baiting and waiting. Meanwhile, Blaze, they are not baiting, they are just fighting with the Conqueror. Meanwhile, Redox takes the damage. We can see Vito still holding his place, but I mean, they don't have so strong positions, to be honest. I mean, both teams, they have a lot of trouble, because they still have the other teams around. Konina is waiting now on the eastern side where the circle has shifted. So when this fight is going to be over, they're fighting on the blue. They will have to start moving towards the circle of DT and Konina Power. They're waiting on the edge. James is going to find Reeves. So Conqueror now take the damage. We can see Blaze like take it from the fight. Batic's going to find Daddy at the same time. So Exquisite Decode is going to be found by Navi at the same time. Vito's going to fall down. And Redox, he's going to be taken down as well. So Conqueror down to 1 player. Or did they fall down as a whole? Yes, they did actually. So they are gone.
Yep, and now Supermassive Blaze has to figure out how to leave Picado. It does look like Konina Power, the team that was holding the mat, are also now on the move here. This zone a little bit too far away for everybody to stay comfortably. Navi, it looks like Exquisite Decode ended up being run into. Navi, though, they ended up losing 2 people here. No, Exquisite Decode, excuse me, lost 2 people. They only have 2 people left. Navi definitely starting to continue this aggressive push, but again, prioritizing zone. So they try to hold out next Rüya. They try to go ahead and take a fight with Exquisite Decode, but they just want to get inside of this next zone that, as we could see, has pulled up to the north on Bandita. I love this location because of this big bowl that these guys could play on top of.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's going to play the Reach. That is the big question. Who's going to play the Reach? Exquisite Decode, they are coming from the north, they are driving from the blue. They need to get inside because he will take the damage. I mean, he's on the blue, so if he's going to take... Oh, this could be very bad. He needs to heal. He's going to fall down on the blue. And there we go. Vehicle explosion will happen at the same time. So Blue Zone's going to take down Will, but also the vehicle's going to explode. There's going to be shots coming. There's no way to save the situation when Konina Power is going to find VP on the rotation as well. They will try to hunt down Whitey. We can see Gonzo going for it and gets down Whitey. So Virtus.pro going to be losing at least 1 player. I think they only have Yasha remaining that is actually inside of the zone. So Virtus.pro, just 1 player remaining, and they will try to go, actually 2 of them, because Wade is already on the La Pendita Crater Reach.
And now let's see the continuation of the movements. Now only just down to 1. Exquisite Decode just under Reznov, trying to make a big wide rotation over here on the eastern side. He's just trying to find someplace safe to be able to play out of. The thing is, at this point, with Circle 4, with 9 teams, 26 people alive, that's going to be difficult, especially on Miramar, where a lot of this space is pretty much out in the open. Don't get me wrong, there's ridges, but for a solo to go ahead and hide out, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Konina Power, though, going to be running into another team on the very edge here. They're just all outside zone. That compound right there is inside of zone, but otherwise they need to fight for these locations to be able to actually find purchase in here. And it looks like, unfortunately for Big, they're very split. Konina Power is going to have the strength of numbers on this one.
Yeah, 2 big. I mean, Wave. They were on the compound. So 2 players on the on that compound. Blaze is going to be, by the way, taken down. So it's going to be Conqueror now, who lost on Picado, and also Blaze in the end. They don't get away from the same location. Azure is going to be trying to throw some utilities. Going to be trying to find the big players with an 8. So Swave and Beast, they were splitting 2-2, and it was I would say a really strange fight, to be honest. I mean, both teams, they just stopped on the edge on the same location more or less. Oh, there's going to be other team waiting as well. So let's start fighting. But the Beast has been taken down already. It's Swave on the compound. The 2 other players are on the southern side of it. So let's see how Swave doesn't handle the situation. Evo Station gets Swave down. So it's only Goldie and Mishi remaining for Big. And they're not on the compound. So Konina Power, they will take the possession of the compound. But it seems that the other players, they will not let it go. So they still want to do something about it, as Exquisite Decode will be taken down by Unique here on La Pendita.
Some nice shots coming through. Unfortunately for Navi, the rest of them pretty spread out on this one. They might be able to go on ahead and get that res on their team member in the center. But first, of course, Matic needs to focus on getting down Yasha for Team 12. For Virtus.pro here, the other teammate a little bit further behind, trying to provide a little bit more cover power. But no way, Matic actually goes down in this situation. That is not looking good for Navi whatsoever. It's just onto Kitsune, who is in fact getting the res onto Tigsy. We'll see if now Virtus.pro is going to come back over here, realize that there's some sort of a res is happening for now. I don't quite think so. Yasha's still going for it. The next zone has, in fact, about to pop in just a matter of seconds, and they need to start getting prepped and ready for any kind of movement.
And meanwhile, I mean, next Rüya is actually getting away from the western side, so they managed to get away all the way from Hacienda. They're actually not that far away from Navi, for example, so they might find some angles from the western side of this whole situation, which Navi and VP are having right now. As we're going to be having a look what is happening on the southern side, it's going to be who else than the Surreal Esports. They are moving here. They have the foreman stack, by the way, and they're split it very heavily because of Konina Power and the big situation happening on the compound as well. So that is still going on, and it seems the big only has one player remaining, which is going to be Goldie. VP holding the middle place, and Unique, they have the whole eastern side for themselves. Circle's going to be shifting a little bit more towards the southern side from La Bendita, so that's going to keep the reach still at play, but it's not going to be giving too much cover, so Unique will have to do some work to actually find a nice place on the eastern side. But I think that Unique's position is really unique. I think that's a top 3 position there.
I don't disagree. I mean, they have the high ground and they have the opportunity to use that ridge to cut off any kind of sightline that they honestly want. Meanwhile, it looks like for Big, they're going to find themselves eliminated. Konina Power getting that last kill here. They're the only team now over here on this western side. There we go. Going to combine the names of the directions, and here we go. We knew that they were going to have to come out eventually, and it looks like Navi doesn't want them to get too close, especially because they're trying to protect their side of this ridge. Not quite going to work out, though. Instead, he's going to spot out some members of Surreal Esports that are just a little bit too far away for this fight to really break out, still with 5 people up as well over there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Navi and VP both have only 2 players remaining in this couple of foreman stacks, so it's going to be complicated. He's just going to take that damage, going to fall down to Kudur. So next Rüya, I mean, the team which they try to hold down in the Hacienda, they will just find those kills, and only Tixi remaining, and he's inside of the La Bendita, so we're going to be trying to find some temporary cover from the building. Going to be going inside of it, and meanwhile, we can see actually, Akko's going to fall down, so Yasha's going to find him down, so VP will get a knock. We can see Yasha, can he find something else as well? They do have 6 kills. Virtus.pro, I mean. Enjoy tries to go for the revival. Meanwhile, we can see the other 2 members actually falling down. Jalo finds both of them. So Jetkill and Peace Hub, they are crawling on their knees. And it seems that this Surreal Esports, they've found some enemies which they didn't expect to happen. But they will get shown up, so they have 2 men stacks still alive. And Konina Power might be just the next target for them.
Have to wait and see. There we go. Next Rüya now. Getting a knock on the Gonzo here. Hiding on the wrong side of that little palm tree. Probably trying to hide from those teams. Over on the eastern side, you can see Unique, Surreal, both kind of above them. Konina Power now kind of more smack in the middle of these 2 teams over here on the west. Trying to go on ahead, go for some reses, go for some heals of some sort, but just not quite working out. Unique now having to make a move back as well, because Surreal, they have the highest little ridge here on the southern side. They have the height advantage. They can see almost everything and do at least a tiny bit of damage, but soon that might change. You can see all the way up there in the north, the top right side, that this zone's about to close once again.
Yeah, it's going to go on the southwest side. And Tixi, he can still lean on the reach. There's a small amount of cover. He can play that side, but it's going to be expected. So, for example, next Rüya, they know that one player is going to be still inside of the La Bendita, so they're going to be watching that ridge line very carefully. So I don't give much hopes for Tixi to actually get away from the La Bendita unless he uses the vehicle and does some magical kind of a crash on the southern side of the circle. But it's a very complicated situation. Meanwhile, all the other teams, they're fighting on the edges of the circle. So we can see Virtus.pro. They have a problem called Unique on the backside of them, so Yasha tries to do something, but Tixi's gonna find Kudura, so next Rüya actually gets a knock towards him. Tixi's gonna be jumping from the ridge line on the northern side of the circle, finding one player, and that's gonna allow him to actually have more space on the northern side. But the fight we were watching, that's a completely different one, as the, because CSR, they are having a fight of their own.
Here we go, big push coming through from Tiggsy. Can hear all the fighting right above them, so he needs to go ahead and overlook this. He's really close to next Rüya. You can see that they're kind of in some bulls though, so he doesn't quite know where to look in that situation. Does spot out Konina Power. Now, I mean, if they didn't realize where Navi was before, they definitely do now. Yekta for next Rüya, the closest one. There we go, some knocks and flushes coming through for the teams on the southern side as well. Yasha making the big push, finally spots out somebody on the other side of this little ridge, but it doesn't matter. Unique goes on ahead and gets the next knock there as well. Unique is just trying to go on ahead and sweep all of this. The next one is Virtus.pro. Wait.
Yeah, he's complete yellow. Gonna be catching a molly, and that's the end of it. So Mind will find Wade with the SMG spray. So Virtus.pro is gonna be taken down as well. We saw Navi falling down on the northern side at the same time as well. So 4 teams and 8 players alive. And it's actually a unique with 4, Konina Power with 1, next Rüya with 1, and Surreal with 2 players. So definitely unique. They have a unique situation here. Tofi's gonna find Enjoy from Surreal. Arco's gonna be still standing, but they know the location of the player, so they will just most probably go and hunt him down at some point. And we have Yekta and Teague, the solo still remaining. So unique how they will play that one, or this one. It doesn't matter because they have the manpower. They will go for the flank. Meanwhile, Yekta's going to be finding Tixi, so that is how Navi actually died. The spray will come for Yekta. Will actually go on the north side. Now we can see a Jalo challenging Aku. Aku's going to catch that molly, and that should be the end of Surreal Esports, to be honest. But no, they can still do something about it. They are proning. We can see Enjoy having still 5 HP. Will be able to put down those flames. But yeah, Tofi's, he's definitely not done with the whole situation. He wants to finish that one. They want to have a clear side. Enjoy tries to defend. Tofi's will just force himself out, and we can see Enjoy Aku falling down, and that is the end of Surreal Esports. Dune's going to be fighting at the same time the solos. Yekta's going to be spotted down from the next Rüya. Tofi's with that spray, with the 3 times goal spray, will not connect at all, but he's definitely pinch here in the corner. And there also we do have the other solo player right next to him. He's actually the last guy. The other solo's dead already, and Jalo wants to challenge Yekta. Yekta gets the SMG's damage. Will try to defend all the enemies, but there's just too many guys around him. There's nothing he can do, and in the end, it is going to be Team Unique getting the chicken dinner and a huge amount of kills as well.
What a great game for Team Unique once again. I mean, they were able to be so spread all the way into the very end. I think that just goes to show that they're a team that even if they're spread apart and taking different fights, that they are definitely capable of doing so, especially with those couple of last fights at the very end. It was just very obvious the control that they usually like to have in the late games.
Yeah, I think we pointed out the location, the east side location. All the pressure was on the western side, and that of course meant that Unique, they had a great chance to get that chicken dinner. But let's see what the studio has to say about it. So guys, take it away.
Well, what we have to say is it was pretty dang insane. Again, Unique at 47 points. That's the highest CC with places points when it came to go into this match. They come out again. Well, this time Yeah, crazy stuff here as we're seeing some of the highlights from this match. Tarzan, I don't know if you want to repeat what you were saying before, but I mean, Unique have just been so damn good, honestly. They've been ridiculously good. I mean, Frozen Uwu on the team, you got to give him respect.
Very, very good. I mean, we talk about this team being a little
I just wanted to say his name.
It is a great name. I mean, we've got a few Frozens. It's been, the name of, the European region for this year. Unfortunately, they can't go further. But I mean, for this team to show this strength right here, I will be watching them in the months to come.
And this fight between Conqueror and Supermassive Blaze, that lasted for so long. Like, that was phase 3, and they've been kind of tipping at each other since the start of the game, and no team really benefited from that, right, Tarzan? Because even though Supermassive Blaze ended up winning it, they got quickly taken out because of Konina Power kind of wrapping around on towards the other side of the hill, coming into the next phase. So really, like, if you're gonna take a fight, guys, take it early on. Like, just go full ham, and if you survive, you survive. If you go out, at least you have a bit more of a break before the next game.
It's so tricky. Like the macro consideration needs to come back in like early enough. Like when you have those circles going over to the east, and you know their team's loving the west so much, you're bound to get third party, right? Like so sometimes there's quick check about the closest vehicles, and these basic stuff can come in extremely handy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like, I think basics kind of go out the window a little bit with how, again, like how heavily weighted kill points are compared to the rest.
Yeah.
Just a bit, right? Obviously, we're seeing some teams adapt. I mean, Unique. I mean, the thing is, you look, we say that, but then at the same time, you look at Unique, and they've been really consistent with placement points, really consistent with kill points. When they get 63 from this match alone, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they were the #1 team now in the lobby.
110%. Crazy consistency between placement points and even the kill points. As I said, it was a quieter early game from them, but they certainly took advantage of that late game, picking up Virtus.pro, picking up Navi, wrapping around, taking out Konina Power. So it was a big game from them. But we have to highlight, of course, next Rüya Gaming, once again having a solid result in this game. 37 in total with 25 kills, Tarzan.
They're on that climb.
Yeah, definitely need to focus more on them. I feel like there's something that they're doing differently, but I haven't completely figured out yet. So I can't wait to see them do more of that. But speaking of how things were done, guys, like Virtus.pro did something very excitingly. They go towards the edge in third party, you know, that Montenuevo fight. And those are those early points that really helped them. You know, those early kills were the reason why they were at second place.
Oh, we can see some other teams here in Imperium. We got Major Pride, who honestly were so surprised in day one and how damn good they were being. Unfortunately for them, getting 0 points here. Conqueror, I feel like we've seen them towards the bottom of the table. Them and Vodafone Giants quite a few times, but Navi letting things slip a little bit as well.
Yeah, seems like there's a little bit of cursing going along between the community and us casters. It's like, you know, we pick Navi, or one of us picks Navi, and then they have a bit of a bad result. It's a little bit unfortunate. But moving on over towards the kill leaders of that game, Frozen, with 7 kills along with Analysis on 4. Did I nail it? Did I nail it, Jason?
One of the names, yes. One of the names you nailed. I won't tell you which one. I'll just let you think about that one. We got Yasha as well for Virtus.pro in third place here with 4 kills. But again, 7 kills. Like, I mean, I guess we should say 11 kills between him and Annalise. Like, that's ridiculous. That's so many potential points, depending on what phase it actually came in. But in the end, Yasha actually coming out on top. Actually, Frozen gets 7 kills with 584 damage. That's pretty crazy.
It's opportunistic. Yeah, opportunistic, like, aggression, I would say. Like, they just be in the right place at the right time, right? They play that slow approach, but they know the landscape well around La Bendita. You know, just made it work. A very textbook way to play that game. I mean, it doesn't matter. The point system, they would have been rewarded heavily either way.
And one thing I've noticed is out of Virtus.pro's 1,450 damage, 996 came from Yasha alone. That's a pretty big number, and I think, Jason, that's the closest we've seen one individual player get 2,000 damage in a game.
Yeah, it's actually been interesting that we haven't had more people able to secure the 1,000 damage, but I guess that goes into the fact of there's less teams you're going to see in the late game, right? There's less chances to be the Overwatch position and pick up some extra damage, some extra kills here or there. But I'm curious, how is the community vote done up against our predictions? Now, Unicorns Love, didn't fare too well. S2G, didn't fare too well. No one fared too well, to be fair, in this entire game. No one got points.
Oh boy.
No words. I have no words.
I suppose if we don't win, nobody wins. It's like, if I can't grab the points, nobody's getting the points. Look, Jason, I'm a member of the community, even though technically I'm an analyst. I'm gonna kind of be like, yeah, I'm a community member. I'm gonna give myself a level of forgiveness for that.
No forgiveness. I expect better out of you, Imperium. Professor Tarzan, I let slide for you. Myself, I'm not an analyst, so I'll let slide for me as well. So Imperium, you've disappointed me. But no, what this means is there's going to be no code going to be given away here. But again, community, you still have more chances today to get some better predictions in, potentially beat us, and get some more rewards for yourselves. But that's all coming up after a short break.
Oh, I love that.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Masterclass. Today we will take a look at the game strategy from real professionals. Let's take a look at one of the best French teams and what they managed to show at the PMCO Full Split 2021. Goddess Sirens. On the PMCO third day, Goddess Sirens proved how important it is to have a vehicle in the beginning of a match. Of course, 3 or even 4 cars would be way better, allowing you to quickly reach the right spot. On a map as large as Miramar, it's important to plan the time in advance and get to the right places. Therefore, a vehicle is necessary here. Thanks to this strategy, the team can easily take their winning spot in time and stay in the center of the circle. Goddess Sirens also show how important it is to keep a vehicle till the end of the match, because it can save the team from shootouts and provide cover, so the team can quickly move to another spot. Overall, Goddess Sirens show that team play is key. Even if there are only 2 players left alive, don't forget to exchange supplies with your partner. This will increase your chances of surviving and winning. And always take care of your vehicle. It can save you time in the most critical situations. That's it for now. Join our stream and find out more at PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe. See you on the battlegrounds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into our next match of the day here, and things are to get more intense, more exciting, since we still have Sanhok to come and Arcane Erangel as well. I cannot wait to see these last 2 matches of the day. I mean, yesterday on Sanhok, we had 24 people left alive before the first zone had even finished closing.
I think, sorry about that, I was muted on VMix. Yeah, Sanhok was a hell of a fast-paced game yesterday, and I thought like the previous Miramar game was a little bit kind of slow at the start. It felt, I don't know, off to Nick and Tarzan, so I'm hoping that we get that kind of rush of adrenaline between the Sanhok game and the last game in Arcane.
I think we may get it, guys, because I mean, Paradise was so hot yesterday, so I'm looking for a rematch, right? And maybe not just there, because Barn and Ken Bravo area was very packed as well. So I'm looking for a lot of these teams coming in and actually make use of what they got yesterday. We talk about VOD reviews, still applicable here, and maybe we can see a bit of a different turn of events.
Well, we can see our overall leaderboard at the moment. Team Unique have indeed taken that first place away, and look how far Navi's fallen. They were first place at the start of the day, and now currently sitting in 7th. That's how many points you can get in these matches. We only had 2 happen today, but what really stands out to me, look at those placement points, 62 for Unique.
Yeah, and it's not like they're shying away from kills. They have the 2nd highest amount of kills, but indeed those placement points are really help perking them up and having that tiny bit. It is realistically a tiny bit of a cushion. I'm really happy to see Konina Power up there, guys, right? Because when we look back at them in the European Championships, they were struggling. They didn't look themselves. I know they were off, and even talking to people afterwards, there is definitely some internal issues within the team. They've mixed things up. They have new fresh players, formerly 1218 Evo Station, into the mix, and they do look like a much more hungry team in this one.
I really like it. I mean, I like these change coming from, because I really empathize, right? With team changes, you need new synergy and whatnot. So coming in with a new roster, but having some good things going, I'm happy for Major Pride and Konina Power, but for sure, Major Pride didn't look so good so far today compared to yesterday. But it's not just them. Look at these teams on the second page. Quite a few of them haven't found the change.
I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. The bottom 5 teams are like all European teams.
I didn't want to point it out, Jason. I wanted to like avoid the elephant in the room, okay? I didn't want to mention it.
Hey, guys,
the only team that's not there is Big, and they're in the front page.
And I love talking about them. I know it's kind of require all of us to have a little bit of pictorial memory, but they've got that 1 to 10 placement point to kill point ratio. So it's the aggression that kept them there, but it might arguably be the aggression that got them, you know, trip themselves when it comes to the finals before, right, in PMPL. But that's long gone. We come back to this, and I think these 2 games are going to show quite a lot still.
Yeah, oh, we still have 2 games, like you said. We got Sanhok coming up next, and Erangel Arcane. Okay, you know what? We normally do these predictions, right, of teams who are going to win, and we'll do that in a little bit of time. But I want to get a different prediction out of both of you.
Ooh.
Right.
By the time Zone 2 has shown itself, how many people will be left alive? I will write this down and keep track.
I'm going to say 36.
36, okay.
I'm good with 28. There's no reason. It's a blind guess. I feel like it's
You should have gone for 35 just to be a complete, like...
I'm going 22 for me. We can actually check in now with our balance at the moment that every team does have currently. Starting to rush us into this, but the next match is almost ready to go. And again, you lose money for every game depending on your performance. If you don't get enough kills, you lose money. If you finish 14 through 16, you lose money. But you can only lose a maximum of 150 per match, meaning that teams will have money, period, at the end to still have as a prize. The difference is, if you don't finish first, you don't get all that extra money from every team that has been losing that's been put into one giant pot.
Yeah, and Big, not only holding on to the top half of the standings in regards to the European teams, but they're holding on to the highest amount of money still, at least from this current balance, 2,440. Looking at the lowest, it's going to be Vodafone Giants and Exquisite Decode, 2,030 each. Who's going to be the first Tarzan to drop out of that 2K mark?
Oh, that's hard to pick. I'm going to say Vodafone Giants. I know. I feel like it's too populated.
I feel like that's biased.
Side.
I feel like that's biased.
I don't know. I haven't found the usual style yet. You know, like right now they've been contested constantly, still play slow game around Kampong and all that. Nothing's changed, and like some good change coming from some of these teams.
Well, as you can see here, this is the prize pool, 5,800 at the moment for that first place team. So if you take home first, you take home whatever you have remaining in your balance, which at the moment is over 2,000 bucks for the team, plus an extra 1,500 on top of that. But this will continue to grow every single match. We still have 2 to come today. We still have 4 to come up tomorrow until we do have our champion. We do have our victor, and hopefully whoever does win maybe wants to give us a shout out and let us buy a nice little dinner that they're going to pay for. Who knows? Probably not going to happen. But, you know, you can dream. And speaking of dreaming, I think it's almost time to get into our prediction game as we dream to overtake the community. Because technically, if you remember, guys, we are losing 0-1. And we'll get into our predictions in a few moments. I want you guys to take some time to think about it. But I'm also curious your thoughts on, I don't know, like Unique, for instance. Come into this event, I mean, I've known Unique in the past. I've known them as different rosters as well. I never expected them to be playing this well. It really makes me more excited for like the depth of talent that CIS has.
It's, of course, without a shadow of a doubt, the CIS talent and the depth it has is incredible. It's more the fact that I think the teams who didn't qualify to the European Championships, to an extent, are a little bit hungrier to grab and like you mentioned, this is like a lot of teams' last event of the year, Jason. So to me, they want to end the year on a strong note.
Well, I think the community needs to end the year on a strong note as well. It's time for our prediction game yet again. Remember, all you need to do to participate is put the hashtag of the team who you think is going to win into the chat. You can see here our hashtags, well, GOD for Goddess, you got hashtag KP for Konina Power, etc. And get your predictions in, because the top 3 will go up against our 3 choices to see who performs the best. Imperium, 45 seconds to go. What's your prediction?
Has to be hashtag Unique, because they won the Sanhok game yesterday. They won the last game in Miramar. They're a consistently performing team. I'm going for Unique.
Okay.
As for me, I'm going for #KP. I feel like they have been slowly coming stronger. Let's not forget about that, gentlemen. Yesterday,
I see Backsman! I see Backsman!
Oh my, you do?
Sorry.
Where?
You see on the right side? I saw Backsman in the crowd.
So it's real, guys, right? Like, this is amazing to see. And yes, #KP will be my choice. I think they will continue to frack out like yesterday.
Can we view the audience again like that? Because there's Backsman again!
Yeah.
Where?
Ah,
I don't see him! I don't see him!
Imperium, you need to get
He's
thick
still there.
glasses or something, man. I've seen him
There's
three
two
times.
of
Three
them.
times! There he is again! He's
There's
above the
two of
eye.
them. 3 of them on the screen.
Oh, Max, man. See, even when he's not on the show, he's still on the show. All right, so if you guys are at home wanting to get you into the audience, remember all you have to do is be active in chat and your avatar will get placed there. Remember, if you want to spell out, follow Jay Kaplan on Twitter and Instagram, that would be pleasant. That would be very nice to see, but it definitely won't happen. It's too hard to organize. All right, so we have our predictions. My prediction, Surreal. Just going random, just gonna throw it out there, see what happens. I don't know. I don't have any reasoning behind it other than I'm gonna just change things up because all my predictions have been garbage today. So I'm gonna write that down, Surreal, in my notes. And if I win this one, Imperium, will you shave your beard?
No.
Okay.
So it's the only answer. Like, really, you think I sell my beard out like as just for a quick prediction? Come on, you know, there's a bigger price for my beard.
Okay, I'll change it up.
Man.
Tarzan, will you grow a beard?
I'd say yes, but you will be very disappointed. Like, I will try.
It can't be worse than this. I got spots everywhere, and who knows. But we are tallying the community vote in the back end here. I'm actually curious, though. You know, we talked about predictions quite a bit, but we haven't really talked about predictions of who's going to win the entire event. I'm actually curious. Maybe you have some thoughts, considering we have almost 1 day left to go.
I think Unique, honestly, like, when you're looking at it consistently, and I know the placement points is really a fraction of the points, but performance-wise, Unique have been the most consistent team. So to me, it's most likely going to be them.
Do I have to say it?
All right.
Oh, it's weird. Okay, you know what? I'm going for Na'Vi. I feel like there's some special element of this team that they are ready to explode into, to show their supreme talent at some point. I feel like they will take that last day. Not just last day, I think it starts now, right? But of course, they were not the team that I picked. I still feel like that's coming.
Well, we got S2G next Rüya, Unicorns of Love being picked by the community here for Sanhok to go up against our predictions. I think you're both wrong, by the way. It's going to be Konina Power to win the whole event. So we have a Unique.
Okay.
What? Is that too crazy of a pick? Do I have
no,
I like it.
I was just expecting you to go for another team. That's, you know.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm actually curious what Copter and Span Cargo have to say about their predictions because we never get to hear them. So maybe when we do hop into the next match, they can give that to us. Remember, guys, we have 2 left to go. It's going to be Sanhok and it's going to be Arcane Erangel. We're going to head straight into Sanhok right now with your commentators of Copter and Span Cargo.
Here we go into our third match of today. You know, Jason, I think if I had to choose a team, I would also go Team Unique because I've been really liking how they've been playing recently. Copter, do you also want to answer that question?
Are we answering another question from this match or the whole event? I'm not completely sure.
I'm not sure either. I believe it's the whole event. That's why I chose Team Unique.
Okay, for this one, I'm gonna choose Unicorns of Love for this match, and then for the whole event, I'm gonna go with the Major Pride. I mean, they have shown their strength on the last game, so I'm expecting that they will do the same tonight as well. We do have another 3-man team, or 3 teams actually on the Paradise Resort, as we can see, and of course we had the discussion about the beards, but we're gonna be coming back to that a little bit later because you need to be supporting your creative expressions without limits with Xiaomi 11T Cinemagic Power. Meanwhile. So that's the, just make sure to try the Xiaomi. It's a great phone. Meanwhile, VP and Surreal Esports and S2G, they have landed on the Paradise Resort. But before we touch on the fighting, because they're still like looting, I want to talk about the beards. And I think the span, we have no contest. I mean, we know that I'm going to have the better beard than you.
What? Nah. I put in chat, like, while they're talking about it, I'm just like, but I have the best beard, though. Like, out of everybody here, like, in the talent, I have the best beard, in my opinion.
Okay, I want to see pictures. I want to see pictures about your beard. Because that's going to be interesting. I mean, and the fake ones, they don't count.
Nah. Anyway, whoa, okay, looks like Surreal's gonna start it off a little bit strong, getting a nice knock onto Virtus.pro up there on the roof. They know their tricks. Now always look up above inside of Paradise. No, I'm surprised. Paradise, once again, has a ton of teams, 3 teams. Meanwhile, Bootcamp only has 1. Like, what is happening? We're so surprised by this kind of switch around, but I guess these 2 teams just really prefer this one. Uh-oh, Jetgill, great team member for Surreal coming in from the past few games. Unfortunately, going to be cut out a little bit in the open this time, and S2G, a team that didn't even land here, now starting to make the push on over as well. I did not expect this to happen. They're going to start pushing straight into Surreal's backside. This is not good. Enjoy goes down.
Yeah, a lot of damage still, as we can see. As Surreal, they have 2 players knocked out, 1 as dead already, so only Arcane remaining. So he's the last guy because he's Salcia just right next to him. They don't spot him down. He can actually do a huge surprise, but he might be spotted down right now. There's going to be a jump happening. He's going to get that way down. He's going to fall down because his side is falling down as well. Arcane, he needs to defend the position, wants to confirm the points, but 3 guys will jump behind that corner, and there's nothing he can do about it. The Surreal Esports, they are down. They are being eliminated. And meanwhile, as we are following the situation here in the Paradise Resort, I gotta give some credit for Conqueror. They actually did jump on the bootcamp, but there was nobody joining them.
Here we go. Yep. Now Flux starting to make the push on over as well. I guess everybody's just hearing all of the shooting and they know that they have to get involved. I mean, the 6 points per kill at this point is just too strong, too much of an influence on everybody that they need to go on ahead and take advantage of the fights when they can, especially because this is Sanhok, and what was it? Everybody kind of said around 30. Wait a second, that nade. How many people did they get with that one? At least 2 people there. That is insane nade going on to them. That is an unfortunate situation coming through for the majority of that team. S2G slowly going for a little bit of a res. Virtus.pro, the team that I think they just have lightning left. But here we go. Flux starting to make the push.
Yeah, they're moving the troops. They're definitely coming from the western side, so they are definitely wanting to get the points. And we can see Lightning. They will realize that there's going to be more people. Soulless Rays, they are already here. S2G, they have been able to revive some people as well, so they have a 3-man stack still up and running, so they can try to build something from here. VP is doing the revivals as well, so they can continue with the 2 players they still have remaining, and they're just, trying to take a little bit of distance on the whole situation, maybe hoping that Flux will start the engagement with S2G, and maybe they can then third party that a little bit later. Yasha's going to be needing some heals, definitely. Hasn't yet been able to heal, so needs to find something that he can use to improve the medical condition. For now, Nate's going to be shown by S2G and the Flux, but yeah, no damage will be dealt. So it seems that it's going to be, I'm not going to say that it's going to wind down, but at least all the teams are taking the distance. Meanwhile, Mishi is going to be running away from Painan. So there's actually Exquisite Decode and Big. They're fighting in Painan, and Mishi has been moving here on the northern side, so kind of like trying to escape from the whole place. And Team Unique, which was mentioned on the studio up there, quite far away from everything.
Yeah, they're all the way down by Charlie Cave Docks. They're very spread out just on the entire southern side of this map. The zone did go up to the northern side, so it'll be interesting to see how everybody's going to go on ahead and make the rotation there. But the thing that I do know is that Bootcamp did have a singular team there. I think, like, if people start setting up on those couple areas that we know that a lot of people like to rotate, like that big hill, like just to the southern side of Bootcamp, they're in for, like, a real big fight if they really want to. Oh, we're going to go ahead and replay watching the S2G fight onto Surreal. Surreal did not expect that to happen whatsoever, and honestly, S2G, that was a perfect opportunity for them.
Yeah, it was a great start. And you mentioned the bootcamp. I mean, Conqueror was actually jumping on there, but and now Blaze is actually moving to the bootcamp, and they got a knock towards Conqueror, so something is happening down that direction as well. But meanwhile, here in Painan, it's going to be Unicorns of Love. They have finally found the speed, so they are not playing the edges. Well, this is happening on the edge, but they are not doing the traditional slow edge play. They are going for the kills, so they notice a big and Exquisite Decode. They're having the fight on the Painan, so they want a third party. Lini is going to be going right next to Elisio, who's holding that building, and there we go. Elisio is going to be getting him immediate down. There's nothing Lee can do. I mean, that is a fast stray coming from Elisio. GK first, he's gonna be now a target as well. Gonna get some damage, needs to find some cover because his daddy taken down. It's gonna be big. Swave is gonna be getting a flush. We'll collect that point. So Exquisite Decode, they have 2 players remaining. As Pocus from the Vodafone Giants, meanwhile, is gonna fall down. Nano as well. So next Rüya is having a battle with them. That's gonna be happening elsewhere, more towards the I think the northern side. But next Rüya and Vodafone Giants, there we go. We are on the pictures as well. So next Rüya, they are getting inside because in Nano being flushed down. Ulysse is just holding one place on that building, but it's gonna be taken down as well. So Fresh is gonna find that kill, and Kudru will find Pocus, and that is Vodafone Giants. They are gone. So 13 teams and 43 players. And I guess we had some kind of estimate how many players actually will be remaining when we have the second phase, and my pick is gonna be 28.
28, I think the average was around 30. Right now we're at 41. So many knocks. There's so many fights just happening everywhere. Here's the boot camp fight that we were talking about, and it looks like Supermassive Blaze is just going to wipe that up really quickly. Conqueror, next team, eliminated. They were all super split apart. Those are some really nice long-range sprays coming through there to actually be able to get those eliminations. Back up towards the northern side, though. This is literally just to the northern side of Paradise. It is back to Pride and Konina Power. We know that I believe both of these teams have at least been picked either for this match or for this entire tournament, so this could potentially be a big fight for these teams here, as it looks like Pride was able to get a knock first, but at least the res came through. They got to go ahead and back up out of there quickly, though, if they don't want that push to happen.
Yeah, meanwhile, Big has taken the other side of the Painan, and we can see Unicorns of Love holding the western side of it, so that is definitely one thing that is happening. Meanwhile, Konina Power and Pride, Discream Yen having the higher ground. Discream actually hiding in a nice place because Inomi putting those nades outside, gonna do a minor amount of damage, will take a huge amount of damage, but doesn't fall down. Has got to prepare a second nade, knows that there's going to be people rushing on this building pretty soon, so he needs to do something about it. But yeah, for now, I mean, Konina Power, they still have a lot of players quite far behind from the whole situation, so it seems that Asher needs to be completely alone pushing. There's going to be more players on the other side, 2 enemies on the next building, so he needs to be very careful. Got to be trying to plan his attack well. Discrim just holding the longer angle because Teague, they're just right behind the hill, so he's just waiting, and they just might be able to flank that from the old sides. He's gonna go with the SMG. Stray gets the first player down. Can he get the second one as well? No, that's gonna be traded immediately. So Teague will find the scrim, and that's the both sides getting some casualties. Milky Way with the nade is gonna be jumping on the situation. If he can land that on the other side of that rock, nope, doesn't connect at all, unfortunately, but they will just push it instead. Milky Way is gonna find Gonzo, Gnome is gonna find Teague, so both sides gets the casualties. Teague's gonna be flushed down as well, so Major Pride, they're trying to collect those points. They only have 1 player knocked down, so they haven't lost anybody as a whole.
Yeah, they're starting to push up the hill, and they were ready to go ahead and make that peak, but it looks like he realized the situation, decided to go back. Maybe he can go ahead and make it to his last teammate as well, so at least they have a 2-man hold onto the rest of that team. But right now, the res is coming through, and it's going to be a little bit slow. Back to Paradise. These 3 teams still are there. That is insane. They're all still just coexisting. Same with the fight happening down in Painan. It looks like it's Big kind of being the aggressor instead of Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love, this is a big game for them, to be honest, because we heard them talking about it on the desk. It's Unicorns of Love that are unfortunately in that bottom 5 spots. Big, the only team, European team over there on the first half of the leaderboard. So Big here, they just need to continue getting these points. Unicorns of Love, they need these points.
I was just wondering, okay, there we go. GK first gonna find the Fresh was Big. Will not find the enemy that heavily, but the Fresh is gonna be pushing at the same time as well. So no time for the stories as Unicorns of Love. They will want to have that jump happening. Michi is gonna be identifying the player inside the compound. They're gonna be pushing, so Big is gonna go for it. They will find one from the stairs. That's gonna be actually Fresh getting Beast down. Wave is gonna get Rokies down at the same time as well. Michi is gonna be trying to push towards the upside, the second floor, and Gold is gonna find Fresh. So that is definitely one player falling down. GK first still remaining, gets Wave, and gets a flash on him as well, but he's the last guy from the Unicorns of Love, so things are not looking that great. But maybe getting a flush towards Michi, but no, Michi's gonna get GK first. That's the end of Unicorns of Love, and that is exactly the reason why I should not be doing any of the predictions.
That is true. You chose them. Konina Power gonna fall right afterwards as well. They just got it split up and taken down the zone up to the north even more so. Wait a second, this is our next one. How many people are alive? Zone 2, and there is 30 alive. Okay, now back to Paradise though. These 3 teams have been here the entire time. S2G, Timber's a really aggressive player, gets a knock on 1, but unfortunately gets traded out. Lightning there to go ahead and try to save the teammate. Now making the push. If he doesn't get this res, that means he's going to be alone for Virtus.pro. S2G has a ton of players up, so he needs to play this quite carefully. He has the Vector for for now, but as these two people start pushing, let's see if he can use this to the best of his ability and get these 2 knocks.
At the same time, we can see Flux, they have started the movement from the northern side, so they are now trying to third party the whole situation. So as long as Lightning can keep these guys busy, we can see Solus already getting on the fence line, and I think they might have a surprise on their hands. We can see Solus gonna find the spraying angle, will be connecting on Sevin a little bit, but yeah, will not get a knock because the Timber falling down, so it's gonna be unique actually. They will join the fight from the eastern side at the same time from the longer distance, so they are fighting the players who are outside of the Paradise fences. So Sevin, Calci is still remaining, and next Rüya is also coming from the southern side, so we can see also it's going to be Blaze also coming from the western side, so there's going to be more and more teams crashing on the Paradise region. We might have 5 teams fighting from this location. That is completely doable, and I'm just waiting to see that happen.
I mean, again, not surprised. No longer are the kills 6 points each, but they sure still are 4 points each compared to the usual 3 points per kill. So 4 points, that's still definitely a major influence on how each of these guys are going to go ahead and decide to play the rest of this game. But I will say I'm still a little bit surprised by how slow Paradise did pop off, but now just more and more teams keep coming back. I'm surprised Flux decided to go on ahead. I feel like they kind of lost steam. They were pushing so aggressively, but after losing one of their members, they just decided to go back and be a little bit more passive once again. Gotta be careful though, because next Rüya is also here now. So many people converging in just this one area.
Yeah, all the teams that just came here. I mean, yesterday they came from the eastern side, and we had also the Unique heading inside as well. Exquisite came from the west, Unique came from the east, and Blaze is still waiting outside. So, I mean, we have 9 teams alive, and I think 6 teams are right next to Paradise Resort. Nihad with a great spray will find Mind from Unique, so that's going to be an opening knock at least, if nothing else. They will try to go for it because his Soul is just prodding and waiting, has the SMG, has the TPP view to use as an advantage to see the players where they're coming from. Frozen gets sprayed towards next Rüya. Does a lot of damage actually. S2G getting the casualty at the same time from Flux on the background, and now Frozen needs to get that nade right on point. The molly is going to be coming at the same time. Nade is going to be sent, and that might do the damage, but no, it will not find the damage. Nade is happening both sides because Yekta falling down. Soul's going to find Yekta. So next Rüya in a lot of trouble. Soul tries to get that spray on point, but doesn't find the player, doesn't connect the spray, but gets the flush almost. Yeah, Voodoo's going to be falling down. Nihad is just holding that very small place completely alone, and that nade, it should do some damage, but doesn't seem to be finding the enemy.
Unfortunately for Flux, it seems like both Team Unique and Next Rüya are kind of going against them. I mean, it's the team in the center there, so I'm not quite surprised, but both of them tossing nades, being able to get the knock into one. Looks like Unique will be able to take down one of the Flux members that was kind of alone, and now there's just 2 left in that center building. Unique still all 4 up. We have Next Rüya still with 3 up. It seems like Next Rüya no longer really interested from that ambush after Flux. They are still around the area, but they're no longer deciding to push into Paradise, especially with this next zone shift. They might have deemed that it is not worth it. They're just going to go on ahead and hold the edge and see who's going to come out.
Yeah, it's a hard shift towards the northwest side, and I mean, all the teams in Paradise, they will have to leave, so I don't think that there can be multiple teams leaving this place. I mean, they're gonna fight all the way till the end, and then it's gonna be one team. We can see Na'Vi actually building a nice setup on the middle of the circle. Also, we saw Peak going all the way towards the Alpha Island as well, so some teams, they have left from the southern side and just circled the whole Paradise circle, Paradise area, more or less. Wolf is gonna be getting one player down. First, gonna find Solus at the same time. There we go, Wolf is gonna find Tofis, and that's one player falling down. Frozen gets a kill on Solus, and Mine is going to find Wolf in the end, and that's the end of the Flux as well. So next Rüya, Unique, they are still battling, and then we do have also S2G, at least Calci is still remaining for them.
That was a really close knock onto Mind there, I'm not going to lie. I mean, of course, Unique still had more people to push the rest of Flux, but that was almost another knock. I think Flux just needed like one more bullet and they might have been fine, but no, they're going to be taken out, especially just too many people to go up against. Looks like Big have found themselves the only people still on this northwestern island here. They're kind of looting Hot Tin still. They'll eventually make it across this bridge. They just need to go ahead and not do it too late because they don't want people to be holding them out. If there's anybody in that compound right across the bridge, that could be setting themselves up for a pretty rough rotation. Maybe they'll just swim in the water to somewhere safe. We'll have to wait and see, but it does look like Na'Vi is actually in that position over here on the western side that would be holding that water wheel. So we'll see if Na'Vi is going to be able to spot them out. But back to S2G taking the fight with the Unique still inside of Paradise.
Yeah, meanwhile, Big is already swimming, so they're definitely coming from that side. I mean, they landed on Pine, so they didn't get much loot because they were fighting all the time, so they needed some loot, so went to Hutchin. Because Kelsey getting frozen down, that's going to be a great defend. The last guy from the S2G gets the damage there, wants to get a flush. Mine is going to find him down, and that's the end of S2G. And can they still save Frozen? They should be able to do it, unless next Rüya has something to say about it. They still have Yekta Frozen, Nihat remaining, so 3 guys are waiting for Unique, and they're just, you know, circling around the Paradise. They have Frozen on the northern side, and then they have 2 players, Yekta and Nihat on the other side of it. So they're just making sure that they don't find the way out of that building. And just behind Frozen, which we are currently seeing, by the way, on the northern side, we have the last player from the goddess Sirens waiting if something will be coming towards that location. So she might be able to surprise Frozen, for example, if she's going to spot him down. But yeah, Unique, as they will try to find a way around. I think Unique was also... It was a pick for somebody for this game, definitely on the studio. I can't remember, was it Jason or was it Imperium? It's got to be Jason. I mean, he gets the stuff right.
I'm not quite sure, but you're right. I would not disagree with that, so we'll have to wait and see. It looks like Frozen's still looking. I don't think that the last member of Goddess Sirens is looking down here, but here we go. This is exactly why they set Frozen up here. They wanted to make sure that whoever was coming out of Paradise would not be able to leave without them knowing. Frozen, seeing 2 of them driving out on a bike, is now being called out and taking some shots. Of course, they do not know, of course, that there's still 2 members inside of Paradise Resort. They'd have to go and find them, but they're probably just going to go ahead and leave and prioritize that zone, because that is disgusting. It is a hard shift up to the northwestern side. Half water, half land. Honestly, Na'Vi, Big, those 2 teams are going to be happy. Everybody else is not. 21 alive, 7 teams. This is going to be an interesting ride. Na'Vi, I think, might have the best spot, but they got to be careful because of Big.
I mean, Big actually, yeah, they managed to swim on the other side, so they actually have a decent place. Unique, they started a huge rotation from the blue from the eastern side, and now they will have to get through Kao and Tatmok area, and Pride is there, Blaze is there, so it's not an easy rotation for Unique, so they will really have to work to actually get on the circle. So we'll see how this is going to go down. I mean, these guys, they just might die pretty soon, but also they could be lucky with the rotation and will be able to dodge the players. We'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen. I mean, rotation wouldn't be a bad idea either, actually, on that circle, but yeah, I guess the motorcycle is going to be more safe. But yeah, you know, you have to be very careful, because it is so easy to spray guys down from that motorcycle. They cannot go from far away, and they will just drive on the water, and they will decide to swim inside, and that is actually not a bad choice, unless, of course, Major Pride will spot them down. Goddess Sirens, they are dead.
Yeah, they're going to start swimming for it. The only thing that I would be concerned about with the boat, Tate, is if there are people already inside of those buildings, they would have just heard the boat and taken the sprays at it and gotten it exploded and gotten those kills. The thing is that right now what we know is that there's only one of the compounds taken from Big. The one in the very center has nobody inside of it. So curious to see if it's going to be Unique that's going to go ahead and find that for themselves. If so, that could be a great spot for them. Might be hard to get out of that little compound, like to the south if they need to, but definitely not a bad place to be whatsoever. And it looks like Nomi definitely knows what is happening here in the water. Unique swimming right in front of him, but being the last 2 alive, probably doesn't want to take those shots at them just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 guys in Kao as well, so he's the only guy in the circle, but they have 2 guys still remaining, and there we go. Konomi's gonna get that fire, we'll find Tofis, and there's gonna be 2 other guys from Team Unique swimming behind them, so they kind of like went to the water, told the team it's gonna be safe, and now there's gonna be the whole team in the water, and Pride there just trying to hunt these guys down. They're almost like going grenade fishing, if I would say. Tofis hiding on the beach. We can see Milky Way arriving to the scene as well, so now the remains of the guys will come, and I mean, 2 guys who actually jumped on the water from Unique, they're gonna be getting up from the water. Jalo finds 1 player from Catmock, so it's going to be a Pride losing 1. So Unique, they made the right call with the 2 last guys. They got out of the water when they knew that the 2 first guys going to be exposed. But now, of course, yeah, I mean, Pride can still hold them down. They're chilling on the blue, and that is not a great place to be when you have a team on the edge waiting for you.
Not at all. I think you need the 2 that was set in the water. I feel like they might be the only hope at this point. Only one of them still alive. The rest of them just tanking this blue zone inside of Kao. I don't see how they'd be able to run out of here without being spotted. So I think it's just down to Tofi here as he's just crawling to try and take on a fight with Milky Way. We'll see how that goes. The zone's shifting once again. Still 50-50 water and land. Only Big being inside of it for now, inside of that compound. Honestly, they might be able to go ahead and take this for themselves unless Na'Vi has something to say about it. Meanwhile, this eastern side side is just going to continue to be chaotic as the rest of these teams just slowly start battling it out. This is the point where I wonder which of these guys are going to start going for that heal strat that we know about on Sanhok, because there's so many people still stuck outside of this zone. One of them just being taken out by Navi right there. Next Rüya Gaming out.
Yeah, I mean, Nextry actually made a lot of damage. I mean, he got 2 knocks on Blaze, and those guys, they probably died on the blue already. So Blaze, they're down to 1 or 2 players. Currently, they lost a lot. We can see Tofi's meanwhile fighting with the Nomi. Nomi's going to fall down, so Tofi's going to find Major Pride and going to eliminate them as well. So Unique, in the end, they will find the way from the eastern side. And this is what we said earlier. I mean, they definitely need to do a lot of work to actually get on the zone. And, I mean, they lost 2, but they are here. But now it's going to be spot them down. That's going to be a Mind now falling down. Team is going to be taken down as a whole, because Tix is going to find Tofi's at the same time. And it's going to be just only 2 teams remaining. It's going to be Big versus Navi, and that is happening on the build. It's going to be phase number 5, 21 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. 7 teams, 2 teams alive, and Big, they are occupying all the 3 buildings. Navi, they have 2 guys on the south side hills. They will have to lead from there because Blue is going to be pushing them away. And Matic and Tixi, they are holding the building on the eastern side. It's going to be a fair amount of distance, about, I would say, about 50 meters between the buildings. So it's not that they are right next to close to each other, and they can just wait for the next circle. So if the next circle will still include the Big buildings or Navi buildings or either of them, then we'll know who's going to be having the benefit from the circle.
The 2 teams on the far west of this circle, on the last couple of circles, are the last 2 teams here. Both Navi and Big, I guess they were away from the majority of the action, that they just got to stay alive. They participated in fights from long range. You can see that Navi, unfortunately, only has 2 kills. I mean, 2 kills, still a good amount, but not as good as some of the other teams that we've seen earlier in past games as well, or Navi's usual amount of kills. So because of their kind of passiveness over on this western side, they try to get kills. They didn't get too many, but now they're in the very last fight. We can see a bunch of sprays going towards Goldie. Looks like Navi going to be taking a little bit of damage from Big, but the push is still happening anyway because they have to, because the zone is on top of Big.
Yeah, Big have the benefit, definitely. Navi needs to find a way, and that's why Mishi was spreading on the northern side, because he wants to make sure that they don't get the cover from the northern side either, because Navi will have to move. Mishi's going to be putting those nades straight towards Kitchu. Is going to be connecting, so Kitchu's fall down. Tixi tries to retaliate, cannot find anybody from the Moose Tower, knows where the player is going to be hiding behind the rock, so Kitsu, Matic is down, and it's going to be just Tixi remaining. It's going to be 1 versus 3 situation. Kitsu and Matic both, which are inside, and Tixi out of the zone. He's the last guy, 1 versus 3. Is there anything he can do? He's going to be spraying the bullets. He'll try to find the magical deagle. The molly is going to be coming, and that's going to be Tixi falling down. And in the end, Big is going to take the chicken dinner with a fork.
They end up coming out of Hot 10. They win around all of the fighting around them, and they end up getting the best spot inside of the last couple of zones. So that was a great location for them to play out of. They were able to be patient, identify that they just need to stay where they were, and they just took that win. So that was a great game from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming by swimming all the way inside of the zone and just getting a best place. So that's, I think that's the best thing you can hope when you do the swimming. But anyways, I definitely think that our lovely Jason, Imperium, and Tarzan have something to say about it. So panel, please go ahead.
I just have to say I'm the lovely one. I don't think he was calling you 2 lovely, but you know what? I'll call you 2 lovely. No, let's be fair. He was calling us all lovely. And what a finish it was on Sanhok and Imperium. If I remember correctly, and you made sure to point this out to me when we were watching in the green room, that you called it exactly the amount of people who'd be left alive at the start of Zone 2.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I was like 3 players off, but I was definitely the closest. It was 35, and I think I picked 38 or 36, but either way, I wasn't being close. But yeah, it was a hell of a start. We obviously had 3 teams dropping Paradise once again, so that was definitely a bit of a bloodbath, and that actually multiplied with 2 teams going out. Tarzan, I think by phase 2 or phase 3, we had 4 teams in Paradise Resort.
Exactly. That is after 2 teams that got taken out in Paradise. So that is crazy, right? But that's not the only drop that got some love. We talk about Painan as well, right? When we saw Big going to Painan, it was like, interesting. That was from yesterday, right? But today, knowing that Big went to Painan, Exquisite Decode say, we want to come back to our old home, right, baby? We'll come back to fight, not just them, unicorns here as well, and that is a 3-way fight situation.
And I absolutely loved the Big movement where they sent 2 players to the south Painan Hill to grab that pinch onto Unicorn's Love. It was so well executed. And then their rotation through the Northwest Island let's be fair, they normally drop in the Northwest Island, so that meant when they rotated up in that direction, they were already back to their normalized rotation path. So it was absolutely on point the way they maneuvered through that game to grab the chicken dinner.
Really quickly,
great. Yes.
We're 16 minutes in, and we're still fighting at Paradise Resort. Like, for me, that was insane, just to see constant action. I almost wish every tournament kind of followed a similar format to this, because it's amazing to see just how often and how unafraid teams are to go for these early fights, because they know they're rewarded with these points.
And, like, how many games in competitive... how many Sanhok games in competitive tournaments over the last, like, 4 to 6 months, even a year, have we seen heal strats being implemented, right? In the 2 Sanhok games we've seen so far, nobody has gone for a heal strat, and I absolutely love it.
60 points being taken for big here, Tarzan. 57 for Next Rüya again. I said it at the start of the day, guys. Like, Next Rüya, just have one good day here, start getting some matches, get some momentum, and you can climb up the leaderboards, and hey, they're doing it.
I really love it. I think I'm just genuinely very happy for this team, because like we talked about how they have not been showing up as much as we wanted them to, and they're one of the teams that need to show at BMGC without the practice at Euro Championship. So that is going to mean so much to them. Like, with this type of kill points means they've got the early aggression down. Right, but we've seen them in some end games as well just now. So the balance coming through, and they seem to have found their way in.
Yeah, and it was that
Tarzan got it!
Tough love coming through.
Sorry, Perry. Because remember, Tarzan said Giants would be the first team to fall below the 2K, and Giants came in last, and I think they might have fallen below the 2K because they lose 150 bucks. Hey, I called it your correct prediction. I gotta call it his correct prediction, all right?
Yeah, that's fair. You just kind of scared me for a second. I was kind of like, what? But looking at the total kills, Kelsey from S2G following up with 991 damage, nearly that 1K. Come on, guys, you can do it.
They're just like teasing us and toying with us here, Tarzan.
I mean, like to be fair though, when we talk about Kelsey, I want to go back to some very interesting facts about S2G. They went that squad with a very, known superstar, right? We've got, I kind of just forgot it, it's just slipped my mind. But Silas.
For Next Rüya, right? Frozen?
Are we talking about S2G, mate?
Oh, S2G, yeah, Silas, sorry. Yeah, Silas coming through.
We've seen how well they can play in the Euro Championship, but with that veteran joining the team, they actually fought this season, this 4 split, all the way from online qualifiers. Do you know how hard that is? Amongst thousands of teams, the veteran joined up with 3 people that he trusts and went all the way till now. So that was actually an amazing run. I have to point that out because it's very, very hard to do that.
Yeah, and I think making that jump from like a successful team of class, Digital Athletics, to then go over to like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna go to a different team, I'm gonna try to build something there, and then make it be successful is very difficult. And well, speaking of difficult, gentlemen, what are we doing with our lives? What are we doing?
Like, let's be fair though. Let's be fair. It is like very hard to be predictable in these. To predict. It's very hard to be kind of predictable. So in my eyes, I'm just gonna give it like beginner's luck to the community for grabbing those 2 points.
I'm gonna do you one better here, okay? We're actually trying to help the community out by picking the wrong team, so you guys at home can win more prizes. Make sure you pay attention when we get into the next match, because you'll see a code pop up that you're gonna want to enter as soon as possible. And speaking of as soon as possible, we want to head to a short break here so we can get our final match of the day ready to go.
Привет, меня зовут Ян, никнейм Яша, играю под тегом Virtus.pro.
Меня зовут Артур, никнейм Анализ, команда Unique.
Merhabalar, ben Berkin Silas Çetin, S2G Esports takımında oynuyorum.
İsmim Batuhan, nickim Sevian, Supermassive Blaze takımında oynuyorum.
You are stuck in the tiger. Your actions? A. Summon an air drop with a padded ghillie suit. B. Call rescue team. C. Hug a bear and go bask in its den.
Я выберу, конечно же, вариант С. Обняться с медведем, потому что мы любим медведей.
Си, обняться с медведем и пойти греться в его берлоге.
Где?
Б.
Your cell phone is starting to overheat. Your actions? A. Close background apps. B. Get into the freezer. C. Equip your phone with fans and hope the power grid survives.
Ну, честно говоря, мне нравится вариант Б. Залезть в морозильную камеру. Да, и были случаи, когда у меня реально перегревался телефон, и я клал его в морозилку.
B. Залезть в морозильную камеру.
Buzluğa atıyordum telefonu. B.
A seçeneğini seçiyorum.
Your teammate suddenly starts shooting at teammates. What are you going to do? A. Join in on the action. B. Try to convince him it's not right to do this. C. Do nothing. Less competitors, more KDA.
Мне нравится и первый, и последний вариант, но скорее первый вариант, наверное, я все-таки присоединюсь, потому что, мне кажется, из первого вытекает третий. Меньше конкурентов, больше КД.
А присоединюсь к нему.
Ona katılırdım.
C seçeneğini seçiyorum.
You don't know what happened, but people around run towards the shelters. What will be your first steps? A. Tune the radio by dusting it off. B. Shout out of the window hoping to get an answer. C. Launch PUBG Mobile. Who cares about radiation?
Конечно же, вариант С, запустить PUBG Mobile для связи с внешним миром, ну и просто чтобы поиграть.
C. Запустить PUBG Mobile с внешним миром.
Yani iletişim kurmak için PUBG Mobile'a başla.
A seçeneğini seçiyorum.
You find yourself surrounded by mysterious figures in white. Who are you gonna call? A. Ghostbusters! B. Pretend to be dead. C. Let the doctors do their job.
Позову охотников за привидениями.
B. Притворюсь мертвым.
Öyle taklit yapar.
C seçeneğini seçiyorum.
The match is not over yet, but your Hogwarts Express is leaving soon. What are your actions? A. Ask a driver friend to hold the train. B. Accept your fate as a muggle and keep playing. C. Keep playing in the train. It's called PUBG Mobile. Duh!
Вариант С, продолжу играть в поезде, игра же мобильная. В этом-то и суть игры.
C. Продолжу играть в поезде. Игра же мобильная, как-никак. C seçeneğini seçiyorum.
What is the first thing you do if you get electrocuted? A. Continue to enjoy life. B. Wiggle that outlet one more time. C. Call an electrician to fix the problem.
Скорее всего, вариант Б, пошевелю розетку еще раз. Возможно, держа телефон в руке, зарядится он побольше.
B. Пошевелю эту розетку еще раз.
Biraz daha sarsılmaya devam. B.
A seçeneğini seçiyorum.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are going to be headed into, as you saw a little bit of a teaser there, the Arcane Erangel map here for our final match of the day. And I can tell you this is such a hype map to be playing off. If you guys haven't played in Mirror World just yet, make sure you guys drop in and do that, because things are going to get hectic. Here in Professor Tarzan, we had a team get, I think, over 150 points from that last match yesterday. I wonder if we're going to have it happen yet again today. But before we get into that, let's take a look at our overall standings.
Well, I think it's important that you mentioned that from that last game, because if someone like Surreal or even Navi or Fireflux were to get 150 plus points in that final game, it would massively boost them up and towards the overall standing. So yeah, it's important to mention that. But as of right now, Team Unique holding on to the top spot, and Big with that chicken dinner in the last game with the fantastic control. Tarzan, they are up in second. Let's go.
Representing the Western Europe scene.
Carrying the whole of EU.
Guys, with the highest kill points as well. Let's not forget about that. But to be fair, we talk about placement points though. Like, Unique is just impossible. It's so hard to beat at this point. But it's great to see. We talked about next Rüya. They are bouncing back big times.
Okay, well, we've seen some other teams. They've been able to at least climb up the leaderboards. Vodafone Giants, unfortunately, stuck down towards the bottom. But hopefully they could still turn things around again. If they, I think, have a decent performance here and a decent performance tomorrow, they could still technically win this whole thing. But Arcane, oh man, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be ridiculous, because we had so much action happening within those first few seconds, and teams pick up so many points that you really don't know what's going to happen. And I don't even know what you say necessarily when it comes to like casting that, because it is so hectic and so crazy. But one thing that isn't hectic or crazy is our money balance, our current bank accounts here for all the teams. Remember, you start with 2,500 and you lose up to 150 total each match, depending on how you perform. And right now, Big still sitting at 2,400 and above. There's really only, what, 2 teams, Big and Supermassive Blaze, who have 2,400 or more.
Yeah, it's true, but to kind of, touch upon what you shouted about earlier on, Jason, I think Giants got there technically first because they have a lower amount in the 1900 range, but Exquisite Decode kind of went down with them, right? And they're now under that 2k mark. So that's a little bit kind of disappointing for them. The only way they can stop it is just to get better, to be more aggressive and get the kills needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? But I think it's easier said than done always in PRIM, right? Playing more aggressive. It's easy to say that. It's hard to execute it flawlessly and hard to execute in a way that you can continue to play in that match. But at least for this one, and the upside is you can die in the beginning. Not a big deal, because you know what? You just get dropped onto the actual map of Erangel. So you have that second chance. You still have the ability to keep playing. And any kills you get in the beginning, those are points that you're not going to lose. But speaking of losing, that's what we've been doing all day when it's coming to predictions. And it is time for that yet again here. Tarzan, as we hop into our prediction game here, how can people enter?
You know what? Have those hashtags right there and as on your screen. And I think we need to come back very strong with this. So I'm going with my hashtag first before the community and you gentlemen do that. I'm going to pick hashtag big. Right, I'm on that hype train. Ooh. We say go big or go home. They've shown why they deserve to be there, and I think this is it. Like I'm going to stick with them.
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, the community is still typing in that chat. I see Maxman. I saw him finally. Jesus, about 15 times his profile picture showed up, and that's the first time seeing it. I am going to go for, let's see if I can channel my inner Maxman curse. I'm gonna go for hashtag unicorns of love.
Really? Okay. See, I'm picking the team that's gonna win. I think it's time that the analysts actually win for once and put the community in its place. Next Rüya, they're gonna win it.
Hey, nice.
And they're gonna jump up so many standings today. It's gonna be ridiculous. I'm calling it right now. And if I'm wrong, I will shave Imperium's beard for him the next time I see him.
What the hell? You're not going near my beard, young man. Excuse me.
Well, it's either you do the event and you might get your beard shaved, or you don't do the event and your beard stays free.
Ouch.
Who knows?
That's tricky. That's
Put him in a tough place. A very tough place. But to be fair, there's a lot of teams at the moment who are in a tough place. Vodafone Giants, Exquisite Decode, down towards the bottom of the table. A lot of these Western European teams that played in PMPL, especially some of them, Unicorns of Love, who's in PMGC, have not been faring well, and I want to say that's just through the format, and I obviously due to like the hecticness. I think one thing we talked about with Unicorns of Love is their communication was very rough at the start of PMPL, and it had improved, but I feel like this is on a completely different level.
Like, you say that it's to an extent down to the format, you're not wrong, but to me, that's not an excuse, because you gotta be able to take and win team fights, and Unicorns of Love haven't really been doing that. But Big, hey, they're with you, Professor Tarzan, 52% of the votes.
Good choice. I feel like they just saw them win just now and say, you know what, we're going to pick them, and can't fault them for that, really.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what the community's going to do. I mean, that does mean that if they do well, we're going to tie at least 1-1. But then again, they have a couple other choices in there with Navi and Supermassive Blaze. So, Pyram, you and I got this. Let's give a little high five real quick. I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Anyways, let's just get out of here. I don't know which direction's left. I don't know which direction's right. I don't know what's up or down, but I know where we are going. Straight to our commentators here for the final match of the day. Copter and Spend Cargo, take it away.
Are you ready for some Arcane? There we go. We are back on the Erangel, but it's going to be the Arcane mod, and the plane is on the sky. We can expect the players to be jumping on the Mirrors Island, and then, of course, trying to get those double points, trying to get those kills, spawning back on the Erangel, and then trying to find their way back on the Champions Island to get some more kills and find some nice armory things and the super weapons.
Wow, Copter, I wasn't expecting that energy there. I'm really excited to see who's going to go for the island this time, because last time, Konina Power did not go for the island. So now I'm wondering if everybody's going to go, or if Konina Power's not going to go again, or if there's some other teams that are just going to say, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams, they should be, they're all on the same pile, so they're definitely now all of them going. Konina, I don't think that they actually knew how the Arcane mod maybe works yesterday. I'm not sure. But now we're gonna see all the teams are gonna be getting down, and we can also see that, are you ready to support your creative expression without limits with Xiaomi 11T Cinemagic Power?
Wow, a lot of shots already. We can hear them ringing. It does look like some people just hitting the ground, literally running now away from each other. Surreal Esports already losing a couple of people. Just absolute chaos. You can already see some people falling off of this island as well. Some people who aren't getting weapons are just deciding to jump, it looks like. There we go. Gloria also lands a little bit late. It looks like for the teammates. Luna is still alive as well, has a weapon. Mishiko's down. Supermassive Blaze still has 3 up. And as we can see, there are some members who don't want to continue to stay in this city. Absolute chaos, but they're getting extra 6 points. And also, speaking of codes though, look at the top of the screen, redeem the code in-game for a game reward, BUBQZIZEK5. Go ahead, get an app open and plug that in. Oh, okay. Pride Yen going for a little bit of addition strategy, punching people out.
Oh, just wait a second. I need to get paper. Can you repeat the code, please? Nah, let's get on the back of the action. So we can see Ulysses finding a kill. That's going to be Lightning getting Reeves down, because the owner getting Gloria down. So Goddess Cyrus going to be getting some casualties as well. They're going to be spawning back. And we have 2 teams who didn't actually go on the island as well. They're right next to Quarry. So we have 2 teams who didn't go. It was next Rüya and which was one of the other team. I'm not completely sure. But we have 2 teams who didn't go on the Mirror Island. Anyways, we can see now Goddess Sirens. They're getting back from the island. They're going to be landing on Pachinki. We can see Beast trying to find Vodafone Giants, and this is not happening on the island, so this is a real fight. There's no coming back from this one, and there we go. The spray is going to be connecting. He's just going to find Ulysses, so Vodafone Giants will get 1 player down. Meanwhile, on the island, though, it's going to be next Rüya and Unicorns of Floor, but it's a different island. It's a different island. I mean, there's 2 islands, so they are not actually on the ground. So it's going to be the next Rüya Gaming and Unicorns of Floor who didn't go for the same island as the others. So these guys are just finding themselves on a different island. And meanwhile, it seems that Unicorns of Floor, they are winning the battle.
Did not expect this whatsoever, but you're right. There we go. A couple more pieces of damage on Nakuta there. I believe he might be the last one up for his team. I don't know where Yekta is on this map, but we can see that the other 2 members from his team are stuck in the very center, already taken down. There we go. Now making the rotation. We can see that the other members, the Unicorns of Love, super low HP. Really only Rolkis there that can protect them potentially from Cooter now making this push. So let's see. He's going to make that push. No way. Cooter actually goes down there, and Unicorns of Love are going to be picking up at least 3 big points. 3 times 6. That's a lot of points just on the island.
Yeah, they're definitely here to play. Meanwhile, Conqueror, they have a knockdown player. We can see Exquisite Decode just holding the sides of the building. We can see Navi, Virtus.pro. We can see major pride also inside of that island as well. Meanwhile, not on the island, but this is the island of Erangel. So it's still an island, but it's not the island on the sky. It's a normal game, normal map. It is the Pochinki and Pokus. Vodafone Giants, they lost already one because S2G, they're trying to jump on these guys. We can see also got a Sirens on the background as well. Pokus is getting back inside of that garage building. Silas playing the wall. Pogus healing up a little bit. Needs to get a new helmet somehow. And Silas knows that the player's going to be inside, so he will decide to push, get stage ready. Will be putting that all the way on the second floor on the stairway, actually. And Pogus is actually hiding on that place. Wow. That's going to be right on the money. He's got to get him down.
Beautiful nade from Silas. I mean, you just have to know where these people are moving. If he's not up on top of the sorry, laughing as he just slowly beats and Focus to death there with his fists. If you have to know, you have to give educated guesses on where the people are. They probably heard him as well. There we go. Mirror Island disappears right as we get to that fight. So it looks like they might have just been able to pick up that extra couple points right before it disappeared. Now everybody's going to be on the main island of Erangel, waiting for the next islands to spawn. Of course, our champion islands are next. That's where we're going to see a bunch of the Arcane people come into play. But for now, it's real life on Erangel.
Yeah, it's real life, definitely. I mean, instead of like hitting with the fist, there should be some like a slapping on the face, when the player's knocked out, you just slap on the face and then like, you've been a bad boy, you gotta die now. But yeah, that is not the case. Anyway, Navi, as we can see Meku hiding here. S2G is kind of like in between the Navi players, if I see it completely right. So Meku just trying to find the enemies. We can see the portal who's gonna take the people on the champion island as well. So they are the teams which are glowing from the ground. Mishi will get Discrim down. I mean, Pride, they should have had that one. But meanwhile, it's going to be Discrim falling down because Lido fighting Jallo. So it's going to be Goddess Cyrus getting a knock and a kill for Jallo from Team Unique.
And it looks like the rest of Pride are just going to try to drive away. They do not like the Conquerors doing so much damage to them and their vehicles, so they're just going to try to escape. A little bit of a chase going on. I wonder if Pride is just going to send it to one of these islands now then, since they're being chased. But it's just down to Nomi just driving away. Don't know where the rest of his teammates are. They're actually all way across the map. They're all the way towards the western side of the map, so maybe just trying to meet up with them. Meanwhile, so many people are still around this central area. This first zone actually went centered around shelter, so these guys have to be a little bit careful right before the zone starts closing, but they still want these points. They're still going to those islands. They want as many points as possible before zone 2 closes.
And I'm not completely sure about the last game yesterday, but I'm pretty sure that this is the first game when we are on the 7-minute mark and we have all the 16 teams alive still. That is a fact as well. So, of course, they have had some casualties, 52 players, but still 16 teams alive. That is definitely something which we haven't seen on this tournament before on the 7-minute mark. But anyways, we can see Unique, they will go for the Goddess Sirens. We can see Unique just hunting them down. They're going to be hiding on the platform, and they will just get off the air. They're going to escape. Oh, my God. The UMP spray will not connect on the air. They will just fly up on the sky and will Unique follow, and can Goddess Sirens actually like gatekeep the glowing thing? Vodafone just gonna be taken down. They will just warp up on the sky, and I want to see what's gonna be happening on that island.
They do not want to let them escape that easily. They're going to go ahead and try to get those points. There we go. Unique going to find themselves up there. Luna, unfortunately alone, separated by the rest of her team. That means Luna's going to be taken out. The rest of Goddess Sirens, though, are still alive. So we'll see how the fight between them and Unique go. Meanwhile, it looks like Unique isn't all there. Navi also up on top of an island trying to find some more people to to take out. So we'll see how they go ahead and take these last couple of fights. Mind, it looks like he might be alone for Unique up here while all of Goddess Sirens are trying to play this together.
Yeah, I love seeing Meku with that giant hammer on his head. The first thing that comes to my mind is that somebody is like waiting there at home. Oh, you gotta fix the fence now, finally? When you have the hammer. But, yeah, no, they're gonna be killing some people with it. Meanwhile, Goddess Sirens, they wanna get the loot, so they're gonna be trying to shoot the Guardians from the air. And the Railgun's gonna be doing that job. Maker's gonna be coming with that hammer, tries to find the Sirens players, and will find them down. That's gonna be almost a knock happening, but no, that's not the case. Meku tries to power off the mighty hammer once more, but the railgun just might be too much for him. He needs to run away. He's going to be trying to escape. The damage is not much actually from that railgun. It deals something like a 4 HP per one shot, as we can see also Big coming to the sea, and they're going to be focusing on the Goddess Sirens and making an actually escape from the whole situation.
Uh-oh, he's still trying to take out some members of Goddess Sirens, and he does. One goes down. Gloria almost gets taken down too. Now there's only 2 left. There we go. It looks like Katem is going to be peeking out right at the right moment, though. Unfortunately, the last one up for the team on top of this island. Let's see if they'll be able to get at least one out, but no way. Big just appears out of nowhere and smacks her out of there as well. A couple more fights still happening up on top of islands. Looks like we got Lightning playing as somebody else that we haven't seen just yet today. Caitlyn taking some long-range shots. Haven't quite taking somebody else, but it looks like Mind is still going strong, and same with a lot of these other guys, as now Reeves is just punching people into non-existence.
Yeah, this is completely nuts, but I kind of enjoy it, to be honest. I mean, it is something different, you know, the power glove, snipers, hammers, rail guns, and that's going to be a one dead player, because we can see Whitey falling down, and Will's going to be taken down by Konina Power with the sniper rifle, meanwhile, on the Champions Island. And now we can see Exquisite Decode and Konina Power having that battle. That is going to be having the mighty hammer, and I think Azure actually has a sniping rifle, which is not so powerful from the shorter distance, and there's going to be 2 hammers versus him, and it's going to be taken down. By the way, we can see Blaze waiting the players to spawn down from that island. So we can see Coursera holding that place. Meanwhile, Exquisite Decode, they did manage to take down all the players. Konina Power is completely down, back on the normal life.
This is still their chance to pick up a ton of points. I'm curious to see if the record from yesterday is going to be broken. What was it? It was like 129 kill points. So I want to see if today, if people have kind of figured out some sort of strategy a bit more and somebody else will overtake that, or if now everybody is kind of used to playing this mod, that they're going to be a little bit more careful and not quite let that happen. Next, Rüya, though, going to lose somebody for real in the match from, of course, Surreal Esports.
Yeah, meanwhile, Exquisite Decode, they have found Unicorn's Law, because he will actually completely alone on the situation, has 3 members of Unicorn's Law around him, and tries to take that spray, but it's going to be Lin who's going to be faster with the spray, and Will is going to fall down. The flush will happen immediately as well, so Will is gone. We can see the floating islands on the sky. Unicorns of Love, they're holding the north side of the west side, east side bridge, as Blaze, meanwhile, have identified Surreal Esports. Jet will try to get away. Will take minor damage, but maybe the DP spray is going to be connecting better, and yes, it will, as Coursera gets Jet killed down, and the flash should be also a standard issue.
Nice. Yeah, that was some nice shooting. Looks like he spotted out a buggy. It's not, doesn't have somebody in it, but it was moving, so not a bad thing to assume whatsoever. Looks like Exquisite Decode still trying to win up on top of one of the islands. It's Conqueror Redux, the last one alive, trying to hide behind something inside this church. Be a little bit sneaky here. I mean, if he just hits Daddy just once, it looks like he might get a kill there, but of course, got to worry about Alicio. So there you go. Gonna stay alive for right now, waiting to see if anybody else is gonna appear. And yeah, it kind of looks like a whole nother team is now up on top of the island as well, and it is Fireflux.
Yeah, they are coming, and they kind of like want a fourth party. I mean, when you get there, you get the special powers. Of course, you want to shoot something immediately. Ritos gets a shot towards Navi. Kitsune running away with a railgun, trying to... Oh, no, it's a hammer, actually. Not a railgun, it's a big one anyways. And Kitsune takes a lot of damage. One shot is going to take him down, but no, Ritos just wants to go for it. But there's going to be a second Navi player hiding behind the other building, so he might be just able to surprise that. But it's going to be Fireflux who's going to find Ritos in the end. So they will come from behind. We can see Ritos taking the damage because Kitsune very low on HP. They really want to get those kills. But Fireflux, they will come, and they will find Major Pride as well, because they're hiding on that. Is that a church or something like that? Definitely. There's got navigator table and all the special bottles and stuff like that, like sorcerer stuff. And we can see Milky Way just, you know, kind of camping inside of that one. I don't know if that's the part of the game.
Milky Way running around trying to pick up all those health potions to heal on up potentially before coming out of there, but Milky Way has definitely been up there for a while. Meanwhile, on the ground underneath it, Shelter, you can see S2G now making a big push towards the remainder members of Surreal Esports, and there's a whole nother team here as well. So there are currently 3 teams here, Supermassive Blaze as well inside of Shelter trying to hold their own, and S2G, they're not going to let this happen too easily. Like, they're not going to let them out whatsoever. So it's just a matter of who's going to come out on top with this fight. S2G might have this upper hand.
Yeah, Enjoy puts 10-8, doesn't connect on the player catch, very low on HP, and we can see Enjoy falling down, so White is gonna find that. One catch is gonna be going down for the Peace Hub, and Soul is gonna be getting daddy at the same time on the Champion Island. But S2G, they are playing the shelter side, they have 2 players, Sev is gonna spot down catch, wants to get a flush, and that should be happening right away. That's the flush definitely coming from S2G, so they will collect the points. Kelsey is gonna find White here at the same time, and Kelsey spots down Lightning from the distance. We can see Kudur from the next Rüya on the other side, he's gonna spot the same player, but doesn't have the angle. Silas just leaving from the scene. And does he want to go on the island? No, he's not going to be planning to do that. So it's going to be just traveling away, and he wants to stay in the real life instead of going for the virtual castle on the Champions Island.
Especially as the real zone keeps shifting more and more over towards the eastern side, maybe they're thinking that it's time to start really thinking about where they're going to be placing themselves instead of going for islands, which is quite interesting. I mean, Zone 2 is still closing now. It's still 4 points per kill if they continue to try and get to the islands and get kills. So it's interesting. I would like to know what each team's kind of thoughts are on this. Like, oh, let's go up on top of the island. Let's see if people are up there and get extra kills. If we die, it's okay. We can go back and continue fighting. Or if some people are specifically staying away from these islands, being like, we don't really want to go on ahead and focus on that, get distracted, or potentially give other people a ton of extra points. So we're just gonna stay down here, not even get involved with the islands whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams stay on the same pile, of course, as they have been dropping from the Champion Island. So that is, of course, like affecting the location where you're gonna come down. We can see Surreal Esports. They have, I mean, the shelter area is definitely placed. They went completely inside of the shelter, and I think all the exits are more or less busy. We have S2G, we have Surreal there, we have Big also arriving to the scene. So getting away from the shelter is gonna be very complicated. But they don't have to yet come out because the zone hasn't been like shifting. But yeah, I mean, there's some very eager teams to get those kills, especially like you mentioned that it's going to be still 4 points per kill at least for a while, so they're trying to do everything they can to collect those extra points. But the Blaze, they're just moving here inside. As we can see, they're trying to move towards the other exit. We can see Surreal actually leaving. We can see S2G, he will get the spraying angle towards Enjoy and will connect slightly, but not enough. Lin is going to find Race at the same time on the Champion Island, and Peace Hub watching the S2G from the distance. So Surreal, they're kind of like building around it as we go back on the Champions Island.
Looks like Big is still deciding to stay up on top of here. Looks like Unicorns of Love is up here as well, and of course Fire Flux. Ooh, Beast going on ahead and starting punching the ground, gonna be able to take out another member of Unicorns of Love. Fresh, super low HP, cannot let Beast near him. That is a melee character, but unfortunately just cannot get away in time. One left, last one is left. That is Roll Kiss. Big, still a ton of them still alive, but it looks like that might be it. This island is quiet once more. S2G though, Shelter making the crash onto the rest of Supermassive Blaze.
Yeah, they're trying to get outside. S2G just gonna spot them down. There's gonna be one player falling down, at least getting a damage, doesn't fall down as a whole. They're just running back to the shelter, and S2G, they're trying to hunt down Tron. Take a lot of damage when all the way less than 10 HP, but it's going to be still staying alive, at least if nothing else. Silas, they're just nading the exit and the entry, but there's nothing happening because we can see a Blaze. They are already inside. S2G, they have a shack there as well, so Seven's going to be holding that shack. 2 guys on the exit, and that's pretty much it. And I gotta say, what happened on the Champion Island, I mean, Beast with those gloves. He's really a beast with those. I mean, they definitely require a lot of skill. You have to get close to the enemy, and then you have to punch those guys as well. And Beast, I think I have seen already 2 kills with the gloves when he's just getting on the distance, on the right distance, and just killing the enemies with the fists.
Oh, looky here. I didn't realize there's something like on the map as well, other than the islands. It looks like Virtus.pro Lightning has kind of found it. Navi, kind of suspicious of this area. They're going to go check it out. They're probably going to run into Lightning, and that's going to be a battle of its own. This is just to the western side of Milta Power, so let's see what's going to happen over here. But of course, wait a second, no way. Big off of the island, actually in a real fight on land this time. Exquisite Decode going to take down one. Is Beast the last one now? No, Beast and Goldie. They don't get to come back after this.
Yeah, they are falling. Blaze still waiting their options. S2G still holding the exits. And the thing which they found, I mean, Navi found that we had a player from VP there as well, the last guy, by the way, so he was just holding, so this could be the end of Virtus.pro as well. But yeah, I'm just wondering what that is. I mean, it looks like some kind of like, you know, experiment gone wrong, and then the islands spawned, you know, big explosion, big bang, and then the islands came on the sky. I don't know what's the story behind that one. But meanwhile, Linden's not going to be wondering about the story because he's going to be battling with Kudur The Unicorns of Love, they are having a battle. It's going to be out right next to prison, actually inside of the prison. We don't see fights happening inside of prison that often, so this is definitely interesting to see how this is going to play down. Unicorns of Love versus next Rüya. Lin's going to try to go for a revival. Fresh is going to be knocked down, so Lin's going to try to revive him, but they're still quite down on the stairway, and Kudur is going to be getting down. Lin is going to be ready for that one. I think Fresh has been revived now, so he can just heal and get the full strength. No, Kudur, the last guy from next Rüya, so has to be very careful with it. Yeah, they are definitely pushing, so Unicorns of Love, they have human stack. We can see Kudur exposing the location with the spray from the M4. We can see Lin peeking a little bit. The spray is going to be connecting, and Lin's going to fall down, so Kudur's going to find that one. Can he get the second as well? That is the question that we are looking for to get that answer. But Kudur still just holding those stairways. Nobody's going to be coming for now, so this just might take a couple seconds longer.
Of course, the res coming through. Right when they get the res, all three of them are going to push once again. So I feel like it might just be inevitable that he might be taken down unless he keeps playing it exactly safe. Mind, though, for Unique, the last one alive, trying to hold out against Conqueror. Unfortunately, gets caught out right at the end there, and it is out. Oh, and it also looks like Lightning hiding out inside of the vehicle also be found and taken out as well, just beside Milta Power. We knew that they were about to get in a fight eventually, and I guess that car tint isn't as dark as he thought it was. He was spotted.
Yeah, down to 13 teams, so we lost Virtus.pro. Navi is right next to the experiment there. And then I think all the other teams, they are inside of the zone, so Navi needs to move. Also, I think Konina Power, they have one player on the northern side, still on the somewhere on the southern side of Yasnaya. But anyways, what we're watching here is going to be Big versus the Exquisite Decode. It's happening on the western side, because the Beast defending the second floor. Two guys are going to be climbing up from the stairs, but it's going to be still able to escape at least on the halfway before dropping down, because Elisio will find him down. Next game is going to be taken down as a whole. We can see also Blaze getting some losses. Storm is going to be flushed down, and Kurasera also has been getting some damage. So we lost one more team, 30 players and 12 teams alive.
It looks like Beast goes down too. I think that means Big might only just be to one last person. We can still see the fight happening in Shelter still, except this time Flux Esports has now joined them. They were also a team that kept going to islands in the sky. This time they're fully on the land now, and they want Shelter. Interestingly enough, a couple of teams that have been here are still there. We got S2G actually kind of moving away a little bit. It's just down to Kelsey left, actually, down in this other compound to the northern side. And, of course, one member from Supermassive Blaze still inside of the Shelter. I mean, Flux coming in that moment probably was the best timing for them.
Yeah. Well, Meku is watching what's going to be happening with the Sirens. Meku's going to fight Glory up, so that's one player falling down. They have some 3 remaining. Luna's going to be spotted down. Luna's going to spot down Meku as well, but Meku's going to be proning just on the right time. Luna takes a lot of damage, goes down all the way to 10 HP, and now we'll see what's going to happen. Kitsune watching, scanning the area, will spot the vehicle, takes down the tires, at least if nothing else. So going to be trying to make sure that they will not escape from the situation. But yeah, of course, they want to get those kills as well. So Gloria still crawling. There's nobody coming for the save because it's too risky. Navi is holding that area nicely. Meanwhile, Lin is going to find Redox, so there's something happening with the Unicorns of Love as well. Kitsune and knows that Gloria is going to be inside of that Harry Potter Wizard Tower, and as we can see, the zone is closing at the same time as well, so we're going to be soon having a hint where the players should be relocating. That's going to be the area between Mansion and Shelter.
Yep, back over to the east it goes. And it looks like Unicorns of Love are kind of set up in that area. Same with Conqueror. Maybe we'll get another ending from our actual Erangel game today. It was just to the side of that warehouse there. But we'll have to wait and see, hold our breath and see. A ton of teams still not inside of this next zone now, trying to make these rotations around to the north and southern side to find themselves a little bit of an entrance. And Conqueror, we can see that they're trying to kind of come back to the warehouse, kind of condense a little bit, knowing that there's still 12 teams alive. They need to get closer together if they're hoping to win this.
Somehow the whole situation has changed. Goddess Sirens, they're actually hunting down Kitsune, so the whole situation turns upside down. Kitsune's gonna be very low, and Yatim wants to go for it. Does he's been hiding somewhere on the tree, gets the damage, and that's gonna be a knock and a flush as well. So Goddess Sirens will get one player down from Navi, and the Meku, who was actually on the scene, he has left already. We'll find actually SR, as we can see. Meku's gonna be drive over, so it's gonna be Navi taken down as a whole. In the end, Surreal Esports, they will find the player, they will just cold-bloodedly drive him over.
There we go. Flux trying to bring vehicles inside as well. Looks like Supermassive Blaze just inside, kind of waiting it out. They're just on the edge of zone, so they can stay there for as long as they want. There we go. I was going to say maybe they want to protect their vehicle, but no, they're going to actually blow it up so that it's really difficult for that last member of Supermassive Blaze to actually get out of it. So kind of an evil move there. Not the first time seeing it, but unfortunately for Supermassive Blaze member, it might be difficult for them to get out. If they can, maybe it'll just have to be through the blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be other exits as well. It's a real shelter. It's not the mini shelter where you can actually block with the one exit. So there's going to be multiple exits on that shelter. So I think the idea is that they will block that entry, and then they have the manpower to guard the other. So they will force them to come out of the places where they can get the kills easily, so they cannot surprise them at all.
Okay, now let's see. Unique now coming out of Mansion. It looks like there's going to be a team directly in front of them. I'm interested to see if they're going to be running into Exquisite Decode or making a big wrap around. This northern side doesn't have too many people. It's the southern side that has the majority of the teams. So I have a feeling that whoever gets to stay on the northern side, they're going to be quite happy listening to other people be taking each other out, because they're going to make it into the late game, get that placement points, and be in the last couple of fights for the win. Not sure who's going to come out on top. Also a little bit nervous, because as we can see down here on the southern side, we have Goddess Sirens right above Shelter, and actually some people inside Shelter. There's a solo, I believe, for S2G inside down below Shelter. I don't know how he's going to get out.
Yeah, it's definitely a complicated situation. And just like you said, the southern side, that's where the traffic is. So the northern side is definitely a place where you can actually seek for the placement points. But then on the other side, you cannot really reach for the kill points, which are also very important when we still have 10 teams. So yes, we have some points available, but you have to get all the way down to third to fourth place to actually to kind of like, you know, get the advantage of the placement points. Lin's gonna fall down. That's gonna be Arcane from the Surreal Esports. We're gonna find him down. Rolkis tries to have his revenge, so two players are standing. One is knocked down. It's gonna swap down one of the players from the Surreal Esports, but the Spray's not really connecting at all. Tofi's gonna find one of the players at the same time, meanwhile in the background, and Rolkis still with the DP. That's where that's Surreal Esports. They are still managing to get away. Somehow they are still moving with those vehicles. Rolkis is known to have a great spray from the distance, and Beak is gonna be taken down, so Peace Hub is gonna be finding the last player at the same time, and one team less on the server. As the Goddess Sirens, they're gonna be having their taxi service, the revival's gonna happen, and then I guess the car's gonna be ready as they can go and hit the road.
They could potentially still play up on top of the prison rocks there if they're careful, but they definitely need to keep their vehicle close. Unicorns of Love, unfortunately, going to be the next team eliminated, running straight into Flux Esports on that little wizard tower, so they weren't going to be far along for long. It looks like Exquisite Decoder actually want to go on ahead and take a fight with that too, but no way. Goddess Sirens ruining their push, getting a knock on a Reznov. The others are still alive, but obviously that is Katu out in the open to try and potentially save their teammate.
Yeah, just looking how the teams are currently spread on the map and looking at the circle, I'm gonna say this could be a Goddess Sirens chicken dinner. They definitely have a great place, and they have been very powerful on this match. I mean, they have been getting very good kills, and they have had a very good placement as well. So I think that they definitely have a chance to actually get a chicken dinner from this game. It's gonna be very early to call, but I think there's definitely a chance for it. Meanwhile, Exquisite Decode, they are going towards the Wizard Tower. Fireflux gonna be hiding there because Elisio tried to go for the flank. Because Elisio fighting Owner with that nade as well. Well, that's gonna be one more knock, and they will just try to push that down. They will spot down Owner from the second floor. That's gonna be immediately fire coming towards him. Two guys still on the first floor. We get the challenge coming. It's gonna be a straight coming from Raze, but doesn't get a knock, unfortunately. So that's not gonna be helping with the situation. They still have players who can actually heal up and just challenge them. So they're gonna be hold on this place. It is inside, so they don't have to worry about the blue zone. But it's definitely a tricky situation when you have a team like Exquisite Decode trying to push the players, and you have both players on the first floor as well.
Exactly. They can't really go anywhere. It's just Razy and Wolf together. But there we go. It looks like one of them, unfortunately, is going to be pushing alone without the rest of the teammates. So Daddy goes down. The next one, Alicia goes down too. Exquisite Decode is eliminated. So that means Flux Esports has successfully saved their Wizard Tower for themselves. It's just still a little concerning because there's a couple of teams left that need to make it inside the zone. One of them being right here. Surreal Esports making a move right above them. There we go. A couple of bullets in their direction. If they go any further, though, they're going to be running into the solo of S2G and the team that you think is doing really well right now, which is Goddess Sirens. And I don't disagree. I think they've been doing pretty well so far down here on the southern side. All three still up, right up on top of the rocks.
Yeah, Blaze is gonna fall down. Flux, they did an amazing job by holding that research tower, and they almost got a kill also towards the Surreal Esports as they were rotating right next to them. But now Wolf is gonna fall down. Raze is gonna be very low as well, so he needs to heal. The nade was doing a lot of damage. Conqueror, meanwhile, they have two players, Mishi and Vito, remaining, so they are watching what is happening on that research tower. They know that there's gonna be enemies, but the blue zone's gonna be doing a trick. So at some point they will have to move away from that research tower. The circle has been shifting there on the eastern side. And once again, this circle is very good for the Goddess Sirens on the eastern side. They have the most players. They have 3 man stacks remaining. Conqueror has 2. We also have Flux with 2, and then we just have solos, 3 solos remaining. So definitely the amount of players is definitely a benefit for the Dear Sirens. And then when you get a circle like that that is coming close, I think they can use that very well.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree, especially if they continue to stay up on top of the rocks. That's going to be a great location for them. They're going to be able to see the majority of people inside this zone. I do like that they're also keeping a car with them just so they can scoot it in a little bit further and still have cover when they're eventually going to be forced to come off of those rocks. There we go. Already getting involved. You can see some of them taking shots at people inside this zone as well. And the zone is finally closing. And unfortunately for Surreal Esports, Flux Esports, they're going to be taken out. A couple 2 teams up to the northern side. Conquer, Unique, both still trying to find a spot inside zone.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. We can see Mishi falling down, and there we go. Tofi is going to be getting a flush as well, so Conqueror is going to be down to 1 player. Vito remaining from Tofi for Unique. We have Akun for Surreal, and then we have just 4 solos and the 3-man deal Sirens, and they will just go with for them 1 by 1. Lino's going to find Kelsey, so that is 4 teams, 3 enemies actually remaining. So 3 solos versus the 3-man stack from the, or 3-person stack from the deal Sirens.
A little bit concerning. Yeah, Goddess Sirens. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because, okay, 3 solos, of course, they're just going to try and stay low and not really do much, but they're supposed to be characters of opportunity, right? So if the Sirens start making a sweep to one of the sides, whether it be, you know, the east or west, these other solos are probably going to stand right back up and try to help out. Luna, though, is going ahead and eliminate at least Unique. That's going to help them out a lot, so they can try and utilize that eastern side to the best of their abilities. But no way, see? Another solo stood up. There's still 2 left, and it's going to be hard to find them, especially if they don't get this res.
Yeah, Vito's gonna get 1, and that's 1 player that is completely separate from the rest of the attack. Now it's gonna be the time to actually get down from those smokes, and that's the moment of truth as they will go for the revival. No, they will go for the ropes, they will go for the revivals as well. And Vito wants to find more, tries to seek the enemies. The spray will be coming, but it's gonna be Akun. The other solo is gonna find Vito and saves the Sirens as Akun wants to get those kills himself. And there we go, it's gonna be 2 versus 1. Akun still standing there. We can see Akun trying to do everything in his power to find the players, but there's gonna be so many shots coming towards him.
No way, Archun now choosing the perfect time to go on ahead and strike, but there we go, getting the re-knock into somebody, but it doesn't matter. The vehicle explosion, perfectly timed, has, of course, the Goddess Sirens winner chicken dinner, taking our Arcane match.
Yeah, all the way from phase 5, they played very well. They played on the hilltops. They managed to, destroy Na'Vi, for example, on top of that one as well. So it was not just only about the last circles. They played the whole game just like it should have been done.
And they're up on the Arcane Islands as well, so they really got to participate in the whole form of the entire map, and that was really well played by them. But of course, let's throw it over to the analysts so they have a little bit more to talk about.
Well, we are back, and what can we really say about that? I mean, Goddess Sirens taking the chicken dinner, the first one of this event for themselves. And the funny thing is for them, yesterday they looked really good as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Pyram, you were talking about them, like they got a lot of kills, they're looking so confident. Something about this mode that teams just feel so much better at, I guess.
Yeah, they seem to find their feet, find a little bit more confidence in this game mode, maybe just, you know, warm up throughout the game. I don't know what it was, but either way, nice to see them close out the win, and it was a good play in the end, sending them down the hill of prison, so I really can't argue with that.
Sometimes when you get to have a little bit of fun, it loosens you up, right? Sometimes it's about finding that balance there. If you're too focused, get too tense, doesn't help either. So hopefully they will find some other new parts about themselves as a player that will help their growth.
Well, speaking of new parts, we actually have a new part on the show. We're actually going to bring in a certain player from a certain team to talk to us. Give me Mihi from Big. We can bring him in and start to talk to him about how this event has been in total. Hopefully this handsome man to my side can hear me and see me. Mihi, can you hear us? Is that yes?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, perfect. I can see him smiling when I say he was a handsome man. First of all, man, how you doing? Like, this is, I believe, like the last event for you guys this year. What's this kind of mindset heading into this crazy event?
We have a good mindset. We are mostly trying to have fun, to be honest.
I like that. I think
we're seeing it. Go ahead, Imperium.
Yeah. No, I think it's important to have that for sure, but it's also the element of, with the kind of disappointment, you could say, of the PMPL finals, do you feel that it's also an element of something to prove to yourself and to the rest of the competitive community that you haven't lost it coming to the end of the year?
We are kind of trying to close this year with this event and trying to have fun to prepare for the next year, because in the next year we want to come back stronger.
That's really lovely to know, but I think this time around we've got, you know, something very different with this mode, right? So I want to actually ask you for some tips. If I want to do well in arcade, what do I need to do, Iki?
I guess you need to stay together. It's a really funny mode. To be honest, I don't know what I should say, but I guess
I got a better one to help
have
you out. Who would you choose? Caitlyn, Vi, Jinx, or Jace? Who would you suggest for the viewers out there to play?
We prefer
Jinx.
Jinx.
Is the minigun, the blue hair. She's like,
Yes.
That's my impression. Okay, all right, yeah.
But we saw Beast going pretty wild with the punching, right? Like he was really going in the face of some of those players. Like he looked like he was really enjoying himself out there, me.
Yes. We just wanted.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry,
What
there's a
you
little
wanted
bit
to
delay
say, Jason?
between us, so I interrupted you. Continue your thoughts.
We just full sent the Iceland and wanted to fight directly the enemies, and we saw them fighting, so we went directly into the third party.
So I want to ask you about your thoughts, because we've had almost like 2 years of time now where it's been, okay, a kill is 1 point, placement points 15, 12, etc. for, you know, chicken dinner. And we're going back into what we had kind of before that time. I'm curious, like the point difference, or I guess the more points you get for earlier kills, and then more points in general for kills. What's your thoughts on that right now?
I like the system for this event, but if we would have it in the whole year in other majors, I think that won't go well. But the idea that the kill points are more than usually is good. So I can imagine if it.
I mean, I'll tell you this. It's been so much fun seeing teams just not be afraid to fight in the beginning, seeing teams still fight in Paradise Resort, you know, 15 minutes into Sanhok and seeing like 30 people left alive after the first zone's finished. It's been a breath of fresh air, I think, for a lot of people out there to just see teams just like, you know what, let's get kills. Let's just go for it.
Yes,
okay.
I mean...
It's so hard to do with the delay, but tell me your final thoughts here before we let you go.
My final thoughts is we're gonna continue having fun. Tomorrow we're trying to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game. We will see.
Okay, well, Dankeschön, Mihi. I appreciate you taking the time here to talk to us, and wish you guys the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, so yeah, good stuff to hear from him. He's gonna be even more aggressive tomorrow. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Either they're gonna get a ton of kills in the beginning, I guess, or they might die a little bit early. But either way, as you heard him say, they're just trying to have some fun here. Great to talk to him.
I'm so glad that he mentioned that was the first thing he said. Like I've met Mihi in person, and his character, his attitude is very relaxed. It is that kind of like chill, calm, having fun, enjoying yourself aspect. He tries not to let the stress get to him across the board, but I think him mentioning that is really important, because yes, okay, this event has, you know, the best teams between kind of Turkey, CIS, and Western Europe. But I think it really does reinforce the element of having fun in game, enjoying yourself, and yeah, okay, doing your best along with that. But I think having fun aspect is really important to see, Tarzan.
I completely agree. You see some of these teams like leaving the scene through the years, and sometimes what they tell me is, we didn't find it fun no more. You know, people have been so focused on winning and all these stuff, and it's hurting each other sometimes. And you need to know, when it comes to team building, it's finding that balance for sure. And I really hope some of these teams found some inspiration through this event, and I actually really appreciate it. I hope they grow from this. I know it's different, but you can for sure find something great from this experience.
And I think it also trains you in different ways, right? I feel like maybe some teams just lost the ability to fight earlier, lost the confidence to fight early in it, and it's kind of a, I mean, yeah, you can die, and that kind of sucks early on, but the fact that you can come out with potentially 150 points or 100 points for Fireflux here at the end of the day from this one match alone is fantastic. Exquisite Decode, what is going on? The boys on the bottom, well, I guess they weren't on the bottom, Vodafone Giants was them, able to get 97 points. That should have shot them up the leaderboards.
I think it was like 18 kills they got in that game, or 16 kills. Just really good stuff from Exquisite Decode. They haven't really been awake in the game so far. We talked about how maybe Reznov needs to step up with Alicio at the start of the day. He was showing that through these games, and I'm so happy to see Exquisite Decode with that amount of kill points, with that amount of total points in this last game, Tarzan.
I mean, aesthetically pleasing as well. Who's seen a 1:96 placement to kill point ratio? I have not seen that before. But you know, the way that they got that was actually quite amazing. Like they made use of these islands, they stayed together, they took fights, and I really like it.
I mean, also, just really quickly, Team Unique getting 8 placement points in that last one, able to actually do fairly well considering they've been just so damn consistent this entire event so far with getting constant like top 3, top 4, top 5 finishes. Yeah. This team is really proving to be the team to beat. Now the unfortunate part is for Goddess Sirens, as you see here, yes, they get the chicken dinner, but they didn't really have that many kills on top of it. So they actually finished 9th place overall when it comes to points in that last match.
Danny with the 10 kills in the top of the kill standings, nicely done, but also Fireflux. Z-Wolf and Owen are absolutely spot on. Z-Wolf, of course, yesterday was the magician for a side when he got the kind of turnaround in the final fight in yesterday's last game. So it's great to see him being featured up there in terms of the kills, Tarzan.
Yeah, I actually love to see Daddy up there because we know how hard he worked. Right?
Oh,
He's so serious with all that, and it's amazing. And this is great. This is a wonderful way to see it. So the IGL, the boss himself, to loosen up and get to top the charts. I hope he finds some secret element in that to bring Exquisite Decode further, and the region as well. I mean, that's home region for me, but this time around, it's Fireflux who came out very strong.
8 kills to 21, 13, 14. Oh, let's just round up to 1,400 damage to 3,100 damage. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Now, like, to give Goddess Sirens a lot of credit, like you mentioned and I alluded to, they have a team that kind of have been kind of warming up through the games today. But you can't deny what Fireflux were doing in terms of kills and how aggressive, how dominating, how just reactive and proactive they were throughout this final game, and they've really impressed me in a big way.
Can you be reactive and proactive at the same time?
Yes, you can.
Because those are opposite things.
Proven. No, scientifically proven you can be, just like you can be passive aggressive.
It's a philosophical question now.
But when you're proactive, you're assuming things are going to happen and you're like trying to beat people to the punch. When you're active, you're reacting to how people are playing. Anyways, let's just move on from this. Let's look at a community vote and see how far behind we've fallen. Again, not a single point for us all day long. I believe the community has won 2-0 today. So keep in mind, because you out there, yes, you have won, there will be a code dropped into the first match tomorrow. So you got to tune back in at the exact same time to get your chance to redeem for special prizes within the game. But hey, we're doing this for you, community. We're trying to lose so you guys can get more and more codes. So maybe you should all follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
Well, yeah, and you know what? If the community wins overall, If the
Oh no,
community
it
wins
was 4-0.
overall-
Oh no, I thought
Yeah.
it was 2-0.
I know. I know.
Yikes.
If the community wins overall across the 3 days, then I'm gonna pull a 7 worlds and I'll give away some UC. If the community wins overall, so if you follow me on Instagram, then you'll be in with a chance of winning the UC. See what I did there?
Well,
See, Imperium will say if you're following all 3 of us, then you have a chance to win. You should have gone that way with it, because then we all benefit from your generosity. Anyways, but yeah, we still have more of the community votes coming up tomorrow. Remember, obviously, just be here. You get your predictions in chat. You have a chance to get yourself one of those codes. If you can type it quick enough, though, you see copters out there trying to write it down, trying to get it, redeem it before all of you can. But gentlemen, I mean, all in all, we've had a pretty cool day yet again of action. We had Unique play as consistent as ever, it seems. I wonder if they're ever going to fall from the top. But they are only ahead by 27 points. And Flux have the most kill points in the lobby.
Tarzan, that's pretty impressive. Never mind the fact that, like, Papara, Supermassive Blaze, and Big joint in 3rd and 4th on 297 points. It is relatively close. Like, there's less than 50 points dividing kind of the top 4. And on a normal points format, coming into a final day, you'd look at that and go, okay, that's still relatively within reach. That's still relatively close.
Yeah.
On this kind of points format, it's even closer.
Yeah, it's just for surprise factor. That, like, kill feed and stuff like that just got thrown out of the window. You just need to focus on yourself, right, in those game 4, and you never know what will happen. But onto that next page, we'd love to see next Rüya there. And to be fair, I feel like they have a small surge. It just kind of came back down again. But you know what? Like, tomorrow is still going to be full of opportunities, and it's good to see Exquisite Decode bounce back from that last game.
Well, yeah, we think they bounced back a bit, but one thing that does worry me is that they have the lowest placement points out of any team in the lobby.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but also,
that's not
like,
a bad thing.
Vodafone Giants, though, down in last place. Come on, guys, you're better than that. You're better than that. You got to the European Championships. You're a team that can compete with the best across the West. Pick it up coming into the final day. I gave next Rüya some tough love. Now I'm going to give Vodafone Giants some tough love. Do better tomorrow, guys.
Well, Imperium, it's been great having you on the show. I'm pretty sure they're going to reach out to you to say, okay, you know what? Why don't you come play for us then and see how hard it is.
Oh, God.
We can still see Big here, the only team still with $2,400 or more, maintaining that hold. As you see, Vodafone Giants down at 1,800. This is how the accounts have changed. Remember, every team started out at 2,500. And every time you lose money, depending on your placements, if you're 14 through 16, you lose money. Depending on how many kills you have, if you have less than a certain amount, you lose money. But you can only lose a maximum of 150.
Yeah.
And any money you lose goes into the giant prize pool at the very end, where the #1 team at the end of tomorrow will take home all of that much extra money.
I think a team that went a little bit unnoticed and not in a good way was Navi. They dropped in prize money. And they dropped in overall standings. They're down to, I think, 6 in the overall standings points-wise. And they're, yeah, 6 in the overall standings. And they're dropped down to 2,300. Hasn't really been a good day for them, Tarzan.
Yeah, you know what? If you mention dropping down and CIS, you have to mention Major Pride as well. They've got that huge game, like huge games yesterday, and we were thinking about, hey, this is the start of another super squad, but today you barely see them, right? It's not just about point system.
Fair.
Like, the camera is fair. If you fight or whatnot, you fight well, we catch the action. We barely saw any gens.
Well, you can see here, it's about almost $7,000 now for the winner of tomorrow. That'll continue to increase on top of what they already have in their account. That's not a bad payday, and I'm actually excited to see who it's going to turn out to be. Still, so many teams have a chance to actually get through into our top slot tomorrow, where there's still 4 matches to go, and of course, anything's out on Arcane, Erangel. None of us are going to know who's going to win until we have that final tally, until we see that final overall.
Yeah, it's genuinely hard to predict, right? It is really genuinely hard to predict. Like, I don't think we necessarily expected Big to get a chicken dinner today.
Sorry to butt in. It has been really hard to predict because we haven't gotten a single correct prediction all day long.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it, you know?
To be fair,
it is tough though.
It's so different, guys, that when you look at these teams that were winners of those games, did not reflect the points they got at all. And that is how crazy it has been. But it's good to see that some of these players, like Kev, have been, you know, keeping the way that he was. Like, he's that really good fragger, and he's once again proving it here.
Yeah, Catch, Discrin, even Mind. I feel like we've seen these three players quite a few times now over the course of today and yesterday, and they're just continuing, I guess, to improve, continuing to stand out, I guess is maybe the correct way to say it. You can see Catch here with most average damage as well at 460. But Owner, I mean, off the back of that last game, especially off the back of Arcane Erangel, well, we've seen Flux just have some phenomenal matches.
Yeah, really deserve it to be up there, Owner, and I think overall as a team they've just been performing extremely well. Frozen, in second place. Cannot forget him and Mind together with Unica. Definitely stepped up to the plate, and I think once again it kind of reinforces that the teams who maybe struggled in their respective PMPLs didn't fully get through to the European Championship, didn't really maybe perform as well in the European Championships, have a lot to prove in this tournament and are stepping up to the plate.
Yep, you can see here what's coming up tomorrow. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Arcane Erangel yet again. This is the final day of action. 4 matches left to go for all these teams, and we're going to see who can come out on top here. Gentlemen, before we do send off throughout the show today, I want to give you a chance to give some final thoughts. Starting with you, Tarzan.
You know what? I think what Mihi said really touched on something very important. You just need to remember there's a way, many ways to have fun in this game. Although you want to be the best in the world in the usual game mode, you need to find that element somewhere, and that will be a key ingredient that you cannot miss if you want to stay with those team longevity as well as your careers.
Yeah, couldn't have really said that better. You got a 1 in 16 chance of winning a game, but you got 100% chance of having fun in the game. I know it's cliche, Jason. I know it's kind of all puppy dogs and rainbows, but I think it's important.
Where's my trash can?
I'm with you.
Jesus Christ, that sound, my God, Jason. But yeah, fantastic day. I think a lot of teams step up to the plate. We saw continued consistency from Unique, so that deserves a lot of credit, and I'm excited for the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be coming up tomorrow at the exact same time, so make sure everyone gets to tune in then, because it is the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe, and we've got 1 day left to go until we do have our champion. We're going to find out who it's going to be all tomorrow with some more PUBG Mobile action.
Stars are back on the battlegrounds. This is PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe. 16 best European teams will compete for a prize pool of $42,000. The tournaments will be held from November 19th till November 21st. Save the date and join us at PUBG Mobile Star Challenge Europe. See you on the battlegrounds.